Good afternoon, Pitkin County. It is Tuesday, February 24th, and we've muted our laptops. Welcome to the work session of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. First up, we have the boss. And it is not Bruce Springsteen, it is Lindsay Maish and crew and band and the E Street Band. Yeah.
Thank you, Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Thank you for serving as the Board of Social Services, otherwise known as the boss. Today, I'm going to let the others introduce themselves, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah.
Norma Saldana, Economic Assistance Manager.
And I'm Kelly Kirkpatrick. I manage Pitkin County Child Welfare and CCAT.
Excellent.
Thank you. Oh, Francie has her hand up. Is that?
Yeah, I can't hear people very well. I have my volume turned all the way up, but if you could get closer to the mic or something, it would be really helpful. Thank you.
How about now?
That's much better.
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Okay, it was it is a mic issue. Thank you. All right, thank you. Well, just to remind you all of how you're serving as the Board of Social Services today, Social Services. Colorado is a state supervised, county administered human services system, at least for now. That could be changing in the future. The Colorado Department of Human Services is responsible for all activities provided by local and district human services departments and all allocations and expenditures that are related to those services. And we are going to, in statute, we are required quarterly to have you go through our financials and approve them according to budget as we go through. So for the most part, we provide all of our human services. There's a couple of services that we contract out for. Primarily, they are Garfield County is doing our child support services and long-term care through they are our case management, our CMA, case management, something. Yeah, but that's who does our long-term care support services. That's the case management. And then we also have some IGAs for LEAP eligibility determination, which is with Goodwill. And we also have all of our child welfare and adult protection hotline services by Prowers County, who takes all the calls. Something to remember, what you're going to see today, this is our fourth quarter calendar year budget. Whenever we look at fourth quarter, it looks a little funny because our allocations expenditures are based on the fiscal year of July 1st to June 30th. And so the way that sometimes aligns with our calendar year makes some of our allocations or revenues look just look a little bit funny. It can look bigger. So you might see that today as we go through it. As a reminder, statutorily, the things that we report on are economic assistance. That's all of our public benefits programs. That's the eligibility for all the assistance programs. Protective services, which is child welfare and adult protection. And then veteran services. Veteran services we do statutorily, but we're not required in statute to report out on the budget. It's a very
Adam?
What?
Did someone replace Adam?
Yes, we do, and we will. Are we going to talk about that today?
Wasn't going to, but I can.
Okay.
We can. Yep, we can.
You know, we
Yep.
just all look forward to Veterans Day, so.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hence the, yeah. Yep. We do have some staffing updates that we can share with you today. And then locally, our human services functions also include senior services. This is not typical of human services departments across the state. However, it fits very well into the work that we do, as well as the Healthy Community Fund, which is a mill levy, a property tax that brings around $4 million to support the social safety net. So that's our business, and that's what you're going to be getting some updates on today. So to get this statutory requirements out of the way, we're going to start with our fourth quarter expenditures and go through this line by line. So we'll start with admin and economic assistance. So fourth quarter, so end of calendar year, we have we've brought in 87% of our revenue budgeted and spent 71%. Let me go and look over here. Yep. So This results in a small deficit year to date and an improvement compared to budget expectations. The improvement is primarily due to cost savings from staffing vacancies. So we had some staffing vacancies in economic assistance this year. So though we have that, did we have some in child welfare too? We may have also had them this past calendar year as well there. CCAT, right, for CCAT. That's all included in there. TANF, Colorado Works, let's see. So this one is still, our revenue is pretty low on this one. Expenditures has been higher. The reason for that is that some of our bills haven't gone through for the summer programs, and we're awaiting some of those. But also, do you want to speak to this about TANF, or would you like me to?
For the contracts?
Not just for the contracts, just in general. Here, I'll speak to it, and then you can do the client benefits end. So Colorado Works can fluctuate also based on our child welfare and child care needs and demands. This is one of the only revenue sources that we get that can help pay overages in those programs. The state uses those funds to cover those overages throughout at closeout, which is at the end of June. And that transfer happens. There's about 6 or 7 different iterations that they do to close out the 64 counties. Right now, there are currently 30 of 64 counties that are eligible for TANF transfer, which is a pretty big number actually for these programs. That's one of the highest numbers that we've ever seen, which means that the need is there. It's Colorado Works, or the Basic Cash Assistance Program, is being spent. It could indicate that we're just seeing some fluctuations in poverty right now. All right, childcare. Let's see. So this program, we are at 117% of budget. Expenditures are 107%. It resulted in a small deficit. We're actually looking at a bigger deficit by the end of this fiscal year, and we're talking right now. This is the first year also in probably 6 years that we've overspent. And this is the first year that we're also not going to be able to buy dollars from other counties. In fact, the federal freeze created a deficit at the state level that's going to trickle down to us, where we're going to have to be covering that overage. Right now, our analysis shows that we're going to be out about $100,000 overspent in CCAT. We're doing some things to look at that program to see how we can cut back some of our own expenses as well.
Question.
Yes.
Is this the first time in my history that we've experienced this? I think it is. I think this is the first time.
This is the first time in my history where we won't close out. So we've always been able to close out at the end of the year by the state doing many iterations of figuring out what counties are underspent and overspent. And at this point, they're saying the counties that are underspent, we cannot buy dollars from them because the federal freeze has created this budgetary impact.
That's a significant change.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Keep going.
I think we're going to get to the fun stuff.
Yeah,
soon,
we'll get to that soon. Yeah. So child welfare, we're at 116% of budget. Oh wait, you're doing this part. Sorry, I did child care too. You do this part.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
I was actually planning to start later, but I can go.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. So revenue for child welfare programs, we're at 116% of budget, and expenditures were at 111%. That does leave a pretty large deficit, and a fair amount of that can be attributed to billing outside legal counsel. It's more expensive than when we use county legal counsel. And then, of course, salaries and wages. Just because we're in this high cost of living area, we do pay caseworkers a bit more. Go ahead.
Yeah. Chad, do you want to do adult protection? Chad and Emily?
Sure.
Guess we're doing it this way.
See you,
Guess
doctor.
we changed now.
Dr. Fedorowicz, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chad Fedowitz, the Manager of Senior Services.
for adult protection, we're at about 142% of budget. For expenditures and, I'm sorry, this is backwards. 142% and then 64% of expenditures there, mainly due to the similar to child welfare. As far as expenditures goes, the cost of living for a caseworker, part of a caseworker, I guess, technically, and a relatively small caseload compared to other counties with what the allocation is for adult protection, which is the minimum required in the state of Colorado, at least at present. There is a possible contributing factor of moving the APS program underneath the umbrella of senior services, but it's only been about 8 months, so it's a little hard. There's not enough data to say one way or another that's any contributing factor budgetarily speaking. So a little more time may point to see if there's any deeper connection between moving that program underneath senior services. More to come on that. Otherwise, I would say it's pretty on par with historical data.
Yes, I would agree with that. Child support, thank you. Child support, this is one that we contract out with Garfield County. And this one right now, our expenditures are at 91% at end of year. We're going to expect this one to go up as well because we increased our contract, and the amount that we get will probably cover the full contract for them, which is great. But we might see this actually level out a little bit more into the next year. So at the end of the day, total programs, we've brought down 97% of our revenue through our allocations, and our expenditures are 84%, so we're in pretty good shape for Q4. Any questions?
So sorry, Francie or Greg. The obvious one is, so we're not seeing any impacts from HR1 in Q4 yet, nor movements at the state level. We can come back to both of those. We can bookmark those to come back to later. But I think part of this update, I know we've got to approve some quarterly stuff, but part of this update should be, what are we seeing? What's the impact on our staffing too, and workload? And again, we talked briefly, but for the public, there's the implications of HR1 plus the implications of state redistricting and shared services.
Reform.
There's a county proposal and there's a state proposal. Those are still apart. They're two individual proposals. The state has said they will come back to CHASDA and to, I'll get all my acronyms right today. CHASDA.
It's the first time I've heard it called that, CHSDA.
And it's like HICPA. This morning's call included an abbreviation gallery.
Oh, good.
We swapping? Oh, thanks. Good to see you too. Do you want me to just pull this one out? Awesome. So I'll start again. But we'd love to get a sense as a board and the public of those implications, and I'd also share and thank the whole team that Pitkin County sent to both Hurd, Nagoose, Bennett, and Hickenlooper a rather detailed letter on the financial picture of what the implications of HR1, not so much what the state's doing, state reform, thank you, but really what's going on at the federal level. And the implications come up to somewhere between 1.5, 1.75 million was that sort of discovery at that point in time. So love for you to drill into the less rosy Q1 and what we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get it a little bit into, we're going to show you some scenarios of kind of what we're seeing in terms of what the cuts may be in this upcoming year. HR1 actually won't impact staffing. It's going to impact our community. Folks will no longer qualify for the benefits, or it's going to be harder to qualify.
Because of work requirements.
Because of work requirements and the amount of redetermination, that it's going to be more work on our staff. But our allocations in that capacity, we don't see that anywhere in HR1 changing. The staff capacity and the actual local service that we're providing, that will be discussed in the human services reform around districting and shared services.
And then again, you can bookmark this one, but given our relationship with Garfield and Prowers, and there's maybe a chance that we end up in a district called Summit, for whatever reason, don't know where that is, somewhere on the 70 corridor. Are there opportunities within those partnerships that we can sort of force our own destiny? And given we have good relationships with Garfield and Prowers, expand those rather than sort of fait complete from the government, and they say, you know, here's your district, and suck it.
We are.
Sorry, that was a general term that might have come out of the governor's office.
Yes, we will. We can talk a little bit about that too. We do have some things that we're working on in terms of that. And we're also waiting to hear what's approved through the county's proposal and the state's proposal, because there might be kind of a midway there.
Is there a deadline for the state to come back to the county?
I think they're moving pretty quickly. If there was a deadline, I probably missed it. I want to say within the next 1 to 2 weeks that we should be hearing back, and the negotiations are happening right now. So.
And again, I think for the public, there were 3 items the state's interested in.
Oh God. Shared services.
Cost control, cost containment,
yes.
cost shares, and how does the proposal address these shared values, which include PER and PERM?
The error rates. Yeah, that stands for error rates. PER. Not like
Am I making
PERM.
up the acronyms?
No, you're not. That's right. You're doing great. All right, so
sorry to interrupt. I know
that's
we've got to
okay.
approve.
So fourth
2025
quarter
first.
expenditures, it looks like you'll need to make a motion.
So I'm looking for a motion from either Francie or Greg to approve Q4 expenditures, acting as the boss, the human services budget via actuals.
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move into client benefits. Oh, I'm controlling this. And I'll hand it over to Norma first.
Excellent.
Okay, we're doing the 4th quarter economic assistance direct clients benefits, and the first program is the Aid to the Needed Disabled A&D. On this program for the 4th quarter, we saw a slight increase in 2025 compared to 2024. There's currently 2 active cases. Eligibility remains extremely limited. Barriers include very low income threshold, strict resource limits, requirement to apply for Social Security benefits, and participation remains low despite slight increase in insurance. Child care, Kelly will take over for this one, and she will be able to explain for.
Yeah, thank you.
The
So
client's
before you look at
benefits.
the spending increase, I just wanted to note that this is partly tied to state provider rate increases that were implemented in October. You can see 23 and 24 remain consistent at about 160, 170,000. And then 2025, we've close to doubled that expenditure. I think 2 things happened here. The provider rate increase, they support workforce retention and kind of system-wide sustainability for childcare. So the provider rate increases, and we had more families successfully accessing care. We realized that if we overspend as much as we're projected, that is quite a chunk of change, and we're monitoring to kind of maintain access and manage the budget too. We have a few options that we could look at to sort of reduce those over expenditures.
Which program had a massive increase in, which program went to 300% AMI?
That's this program,
Okay.
CCAT. Yep.
Thank you.
That's one of the things we'll be looking at, which is not great. But luckily, we work with Kids First, with the city of Aspen, with the tax that they have, and they have picked up from wherever we can leave off. So we'll be working with them. Yeah,
Awesome.
it's just a bummer.
Thank you.
Okay, I will continue with old age pension, OAP. The participation decreased in 2025 compared to 2024. Currently, there's 10 active cases. There's a strict income and resource limits restrict eligibility. Many of the recipients are unhoused and may relocate to a lower cost of living areas. The next one is low income energy program, that is the LEAP program. The enrollment period starts November 1st until April 30th. Starting the open enrollment, they have received 63 applications. 43 applications were approved. 15 that were denied, and 5 that are pending. They continue to provide seasonal energy support to the eligibility households. So as of this moment, it's still open, the open enrollment. Colorado Works, TANF. The 2024 insurance higher due to the state diversion payments. 2025, we received 29 new applications received. Currently, there's no active cases for right now. The participation remains low. And the basic cash assistance require continue to create access barrier. We have the next one is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That is the SNAP benefits. On 2024, benefits slightly higher than 2025. On 2025 applications, there were 232 regular food assistance applications, 77 expedited applications, and currently we do have 211 active households, 275 individuals receiving benefits. SNAP remains one of the county's most utilized assistance programs.
One thing I'll mention is that where we're seeing the decreases in these programs year after year are the ones that have the really high eligibility criteria restrictions around income limits. And I think what's happening is the inflation around salaries and how in the workforce is not matching with the federal requirements. So we're seeing more and more people lose access, but it's just creating a bigger cliff now between those who can access the services and those who cannot.
Greg? No question, just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions?
I mean, is there something given that, is there something we need to do from a program standpoint to better match sort of who we're serving with again, the wackiness? I'm sorry, my loss of words today is
Me too,
having
it's
sat
okay.
through
Yeah.
2 hours of the state meeting earlier this morning. Should we be making adjustments as a county to the programs that we're offering, given the cost of living in the valley?
We're going to talk a little bit more about that when we get into the program updates for you, because I think there are some things that we're looking at, but also things for all of us to be considering.
Thank you.
I was just thinking, I don't expect this to really improve in the next 3 years. And so we do need to be thinking at least that far out about what we're capable of doing for backfilling and all of that. And that's the part that makes me nervous is I don't know if I have a sense of what the number looks like.
Yes, nor do we.
Right.
It changes every day.
It changes every day,
Yeah.
and it doesn't change for the better generally, but maybe there's some pleasant surprises. You never know. Sometimes you hear. But keeping a track on that, just so we know what to expect when there's a supplemental coming, or
Yeah.
that would be helpful.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I mean, just last week we received a notice that our CMPs are going to be, the funding is going to be cut way back. So it's not just for us, it's for our core functional partners as well, who are helping kids stay out of child welfare,
That was a state notice or federal? State.
That was state. Yep, it was state. So more to come.
Yeah.
It's just every week there's it seems like every week there's a new notice of new budget cut. And that one was certain, right? That was a memo. The ones with districting and shared services, I think the only thing we know for sure right now is that shared services are moving forward in a couple of the areas, but districting is still on hold. So for us, it looks a little different.
Everything will take place under the next governor, or is there?
I
Because it feels
guess so.
feels
Yeah.
like parts of it they punted and they said, okay, parts of it are 2027.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it to the next governor to untangle this web.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Any other questions?
I guess I'd want a quick debrief on, did we do the right thing when SNAP was cut, and how did we react relative to the services we provide? What did we learn out of that, and then what would we do differently going forward? Because I think there's no joy in this, but the good problem to have was it was a small dollar amount in a small period of time, And the concern is the problems get bigger and we don't have the same financial backstop vis-a-vis the letter that we wrote to our senators and congressional representatives. So,
Yeah.
you know, how should we as a board be thinking of that given we have limited financial resources? I don't know what they're called today. There's a name for this pot of money that's not, you know, that's limited. And so I'm concerned with the level of service that we provide as a county relative to the funding sources, either state or federal, going forward, plus obviously local tax dollars as well.
Yeah, and I think we are going to be talking more about that in the retreat when we meet in early March. So we'll have an opportunity to kind of deep dive into some of the debrief of that, and then also what do we do?
And I would say, I think you're flagging a forward-looking conversation that we need to have. What I would say is, historically, how the county has approached it when that has happened is that the local dollars have always been bridge funding for the federal dollars or the pass-through dollars to come through. Two parts, because we can't own all of it locally, right? And we want to still support our constituents and our clients. But that it's still, we want to put that pressure back on federal shutdowns or whatever. We want to put that pressure back so that we don't lose that funding. I think that's an important strategy to keep at the forefront of, but maybe how we think about that bridging might have to look a little bit different. But I think that strategy of we still want to be putting that pressure back on the federal and the state to be covering these services, that we can't do it all locally.
And sort of the follow-up question is, my concern is that we hammer the food banks, or that there's other partners that really have a hard time while we think we're bridging, that their business is impacted as well. So I guess I'm looking for that more complete, holistic view of not just, it came out of Pitkins coffers and filled in for state or federal, but what did we look like as a community, and how do we fill in the pantries and
Yeah, it's interesting because the priorities is a moving target, because if we lose all our funding for child welfare, that then becomes a priority where food security was, right? So it's kind of hard to navigate right now so we have to plan according to our allocations. So our allocations are telling us this over the next year, and that's how we're going to plan.
I'd love a motion to approve the 2025 fourth quarter direct client benefit, economic assistance, direct client benefits. I got a first from Greg.
Second.
And a second from Francie. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks for the discussion as well.
Thank you. All right, we'll talk a little bit about what's happening right now with that's a weird title. That's the wrong title. Sorry. The human services reform, so shared services, districting, and what we're sort of anticipating right now with some of these alternatives coming into the system. So, we've had kind of a number of federal freezes. Well, I guess two big ones for us. The one I think was in November with SNAP, and then this most recent one, where the SNAP one really gave us an opportunity to see how we would respond. With this most recent one, it was so ambiguous that it was really hard to track, because that funding and the way that it comes through the federal government to the state and how it comes to us was not clear. So we just continued to do business as usual, but also understood the fragility of these situations and how much this could impact our community, because it could be really, really big if these are
and the
cut.
Fed cuts, Lindsay, were the 5 states.
Right, exactly. That was for the freeze. Yep. So concurrent to the freezing and all of the volatility that we're seeing, the state of Colorado is advancing human services reform. And I wanted to bring this up because I know that, Jeffrey, you're very in the weeds of a lot of this stuff, but I'm not sure the other commissioners are. So just to give you some background, so the state has made a proposal to the governor, and it has been signed. The Joint Budget Committee has not yet approved this proposal. And so in an effort to meet the state where they're at, the county's made an alternative proposal that's meant to go to the Joint Budget Committee as well. They're trying to negotiate right now. The state and the counties are trying to negotiate on a proposal. And right now what we're looking at is with the districting concept as well as shared services, we would be looking up to, it could be anywhere from 10 to, I want to say 70 or 80% budget implications for our economic services that we offer. And so with these concepts, there's already some things that are happening locally. Like you said, the intergovernmental agreements that we already have with Garfield County to help support us with training and to help support us with child support services, that the counties came back and said, we also have an idea because it's already working at the county level. And is there a way to regionalize using that concept instead of the one that was proposed through the state? So we are right now, Pitkin County, locally, we're researching some mitigation strategies to stabilize services and to protect our community partners and community access to these services. So as I put up here, we have the Healthy Community Fund retreat in early March where we're going to be talking about this at length. Kelly got a grant for us to be working on becoming an enrolled Medicaid provider. And we're in discussions right now with some of our, like with our federally qualified health center, our FQHC, and the hospital around what that would look like if we became a Medicaid provider, and how could we work together and kind of embed the services within each other's systems. And if we did that, then we would get Medicaid reimbursement, and that would help offset some of these costs. We're also looking at that in the same landscape of people losing Medicaid and maybe not having that level of clientele that would be able to support it, which is why we're talking to our FQHC in the hospital. And then lastly, we're looking internally around reprioritizing and increasing our cross-divisional. We've been doing this for years, and this has happened before this administration has come in. We have been slowly, like by placing adult services under senior services, by putting CCAP over with child welfare, we have been slowly embedding and having more cross-divisional opportunities, and we have seen that that's been really effective and has been working really well. So we're looking at that even further right now with some of our economic services programs, like TANF is one. Where is that one that could live within another department where we start to see some better opportunities in terms of the funding and how it's being used because what it seems like is that regardless of what happens through districting, whether it's districting or it's regionalization or however that looks, I think we're all in agreement that something needs to change, because we, along with almost every other county, has overspent our administrative allocation every year for many, many years. So we know that it's not what is working is people are getting the services they want. And I want to remind everyone that we continue to be award-winning when it comes to economic services around timeliness and accuracy. And when we're starting now to look at the actual error rates, it's not the small counties that are seeing those big error rates. It's the really, really big counties. And so how can we work together to ensure that those error rates stay really, really low for us locally, so our community continues getting the access to the care that they need, and find ways to help make the system more efficient. So.
Thank you for the background. You can add to that sort of per firm. What would happen if our error rates went up as a county? So in other words, if we joined up with Summit, so all of a sudden we're a big county and a little county.
Yeah, and
what's the implication?
right now, what it's looking like, we don't know exactly how that would look. It looks like the region would have error rates then, and we would be impacted because we would have to increase the match amounts. A lot of our allocations have 80-20 or 60-40, just different types of matches. So if those error rates go up for the region, then we would be part of that region. I think that's how it's been explained, is that we would be part of that region that would have to be then penalized to increasing our match around some of those dollars. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, just wondering, error rates, what is the population of cases where we tend to have low error rates? I'm just wondering, is it just because we have such so much smaller number of customers? It's easier to keep tabs on each case?
Yep, that's what I would think. I think our quality is really high here in Pitkin County. So whereas in really big counties, sometimes they have procedures that allow them to talk to someone for 7 minutes to get all the information they need. We often spend a lot more time with our clients here. We have the ability to do that. So I think it could be a mix of things. The state has reported now that the error rates, about 33%, it's 33% across the board. So 1/3 part local county staff where the errors are being made, like the data entry is an error. 1/3 is the clients are giving us incorrect data, and 1/3 is the technology. So the technology, like how Peak, which is the website that you would apply on, then translates to the Colorado Benefits Management System, CBMS, there are errors that occur between that transfer of information, and then the way that we're getting in the information can often be incorrect. So we see errors there as well.
So if the errors are partly the technology, partly the application, we would probably have those same errors at the same rate as anywhere else.
That's right.
It's just that, or it's the client provided information, maybe that changes. But if you have more time to spend with them, you can probably remove those errors.
That's right.
What it tells me is that an error rate as a metric, it's too late. If you're measuring error rates, it's too late because the issue resides earlier than when those are detected. I guess that's how I'm perceiving it. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to figure out where the problem actually lies. So it's nice that they broke it into 3 pieces, which 3 apply to us. Is my mic, were you waving at me? No, okay, I'm good, thanks.
Yes, agreed, which is one of the reasons the counties came together to have an alternative proposal.
It's nice to understand that a little better.
Because it does beg the question around if you just do the math, because if we do better quality, right, casework, then we will have less error rates. So we know how to do that. Now the technology, that we cannot fix. The state will need to fix the technology. And if we don't invest in infrastructure there, we're going to continue to have that third percentage or 33% that right now we're at like an 8% or 9% error rate. We need to be at 6. We're not even that high for states. I mean, there are some states that are at 30, 40% error rates. We're at 8. We hover around 8 or 9. So the county's proposal said, let's first focus on technology because that could bring us down to 6%. And then we'd be within, and then we can figure out the regionalizing, shared services, the more efficient human services reform. But I think with the state's deficit, I don't know that there's time for that.
Well, not to look for the silver lining because it's a tough situation. Really, the disruption this is all causing does create an opportunity. It's a necessity.
Yes.
To be looking for those efficiencies, and you just have to hope that something good comes out of it, and we'll be able to stay nimble. And you guys seem to be on top of it.
They have looked to Pitkin County because we've been doing this. We have been doing some of the shared services. We have been doing some of the where we can quickly, for CCAP, when we didn't have a CCAP person, reached out to Eagle and got an IGA on the books so that we could, right? So we've been doing a lot of this work. So they have been leaning on us in some other small counties to understand how it works.
What do you think the biggest delta is between the proposals of CCI and the Human Services Directors, and specifically, I mean, I guess I don't know if it's the biggest impact to Pitkin, but merging of the multiple divisions within the state itself.
Yeah.
And outmoded technology.
I think it was the timing. It was too fast. I don't think that there's disagreement that something needs to change to make a more efficient human services system. I think that we're all in agreement there. It was that we wanted it to be done by June 30th this year and to revamp state technology for Colorado benefits and do the districting and the amount of, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but the amount of work it takes to get access to these systems, and everybody has access. You know, there was just too much. It felt too overwhelming. I think if they said, here's a 5 to 7 year on-ramp, that would have been a very different discussion. And here's what we're doing in year 1, and here's what we're doing in year 2. But it was that we're going to push this forward in 6 months. Felt really scary for us because we knew that that would impact the people in our community.
Thank you. Nothing to approve here.
No, we're going to keep going. Any other questions?
Thank you. Francie?
Thank you.
No, I'm good. It's just really interesting to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And thanks for not going into the weeds, but giving us the good overview as far as where we are at the federal and the state
Yeah,
changes.
of course.
So appreciate it.
We're now going to do some programmatic updates, usually for Q4. We just talk about kind of what our data looks like today versus the last few years and anything we're starting to glean from it. So like we did with the financials where we think there's more of a cliff that's being introduced, you're going to see some of that in some of this data as well. So I will hand it over to Kelly Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. So if you look at the graph labeled child welfare referrals, you can see over the last 3 years, we've seen a slight decrease in referrals and a slight uptick in cases that we've accepted. To me, that really speaks to the really great collaboration that we have going with our prevention partners, the main one being AFC. We're able to route things like things that sometimes classify as neglect, but that are really low level, or lower level at least, over to AFC, to some of our prevention, and really get a team kind of surrounding the family to take care of that rather than having a full child welfare investigation, which actually leaves our team more time to focus on higher risk and more complex cases, which we have seen an uptick in as well. Now, if you switch over and look at the mistreatment type by year, this was really interesting because I've been putting these graphs together for about 6 years, and it's always looked like 23 and 24, where you have neglect way, way higher, and then the rest, you know, fairly low. And then this year, when I put it together, I was pretty shocked because it's so different. We have neglect nearly on par with physical abuse and a huge increase in emotional abuse. What that tells us is that our families are seeing a higher level of stress and more behavioral health challenges that's creating the physical abuse and then emotional abuse. Overall, it's important to note that the number of referrals is lower, but the complexity of cases is higher. I'm really bummed to hear about the reduction in funding to our CMPs because that is really what has made it possible for us to put things in the right places, so the right services, the right fit for what the family needs. And because we were just notified by the state that they're going to be coming to Pitkin County because they want to hear about how we're doing such a good job. They noticed it just in the data itself and are coming to visit us and learn how we're keeping kids in the home more than other counties are. So I'm pretty proud of that, and I'm also a bit hesitant to be too happy about it because I'm concerned about some funding to the CMP. And then the next portion that we have is the Pitkin County IOG. And Catherine, do you want to come up? Sure. And talk a bit?
Hi, I'm Catherine Sand. I'm the Director of Asthma Family Connections, and very happy to be here as a partner to Human Services. It's a real honor to work with these guys. They're amazing. Yes, so these reflect what you're looking at here are the referrals to Aspen Family Connections in general, which is basically everything that comes through the door. And our referral stream is ever growing and widening. We get referrals from throughout the community, not just through our partners and the schools. And I think that's very encouraging. People just call us, right? The collaborative management program, which we coordinate, is like a subset of that work for the higher acuity, more system involved youth, children and youth. And it's confusing because sometimes we count families, sometimes we count households. For the CMP, we count children and youth. And yeah, you can.
Next
yeah, let's go to the next one. I'm not going to go through all these figures with you, but it gives you a sense of the number of youth that we're able to serve through this program. And we serve them with several different modalities of individualized meetings. So there's one track that's really focused on juvenile justice, which is very low for us, actually. We have very, very few kids involved in the court system in our county. Then there is a stream of cases that are worked primarily through Department of Human Services. Those are called family engagement meetings. And then the largest group of those are Aspen Family Connections meetings. In order to be part of the CMP, a family has to be system involved, and we interpret that in a very light way. We don't want people to be system involved, but really that just means that you're working with more than one institution or agency. So we incorporate lots of families into these individualized meetings, and we've seen that increase year on year. So last year, I think at AFC, we had 72 kids. That's represented by a much larger number of meetings that take place. It's not just 72 meetings. We meet periodically and in different combinations with these families. But I think it represents an uptick and reflects what Kelly was saying about the sort of degree of need that we're seeing, the degree of complexity, and also on the positive side, because I always try to be positive too, it shows the strength and quality of our collaboration, which is so good in this county. And we are, I'm often, when I go to collaborative management meetings, we're often singled out. People ask us about how we do things. And I think because we're a small county, we have excellent partnerships throughout the community. We're able to help families, empower themselves, become more sustainable, and to have an impact. At least that's the hope. What
That's
else?
it. That's
Is
your
that
last
it?
slide.
Is that it? There you go. I'm happy to take any questions, but I think we have quite an unusual situation in the county in terms of our direct relationship with human services. And as again, I want to sort of acknowledge the quality of not only, obviously, I speak, I think very highly of my team, but of the way we work with Kelly's team. It really is. It's something to see. It's a daily activity. And I'm very grateful for it.
And when Catherine says family meetings, there have been this number of meetings held. I don't think that really, it's just a number that doesn't tell you what those meetings are or what they're like. These are families that are struggling quite a bit and overwhelmed. And we can really get a team of professionals there that are there really just to support while they go through some rough times. And then the families are amazing and resourceful and take that help and manage to walk out of those situations.
Yeah, and I also want to say Norma's department as well, is a key element of that. We lean very heavily into Medicaid as far as possible. It's very hard to get people qualified for benefits here. So many people are struggling because of the cliff effect that Lindsay alluded to. It's an enormous strain. I would, in my narrative in your report, I sort of particularly acknowledge single-parent families. I think they have it hardest. Extremely, extremely difficult to maintain housing, to support kids. Those people are struggling.
Mm-hmm. Is there something as Pitkin County we should be doing differently, or providing a new service, or,
No, I don't think so. I think that we work every angle here, and we also, rely heavily on other partners. I mean, there have been some changes recently. The loss of headquarters, for example, on the mental health fund, that's going to be an impact. So we just have to get increasingly creative, help people use what insurance or eligibility entitlements that they do have, and then search around for anything we can find. But yeah, CCAP is, I would say, of all those benefits for us, is the most critical. It's the one that is incredibly precious and important to families. But as you know, as Lindsay said, thank goodness for Kids First, because that, you know, again, it's all about collaboration and partnership. And I think sometimes we forget how unusual and privileged we are here to have that.
I wanted to ask about that. The other communities that are looking to us to see how this is successful, do they have anything near the volunteer organizations and other? It occurs to me they don't. They don't have the support systems nor the volunteer organizations.
Well, many of the small counties that I talk to, they don't have anything like the resources that we have access to in this community.
Not
in
only
terms
financial, but human, volunteer-based things as well, I assume.
Yeah, I would say so. I think the key thing is the fact that we have, well-funded nonprofits that are, always anxious to try and step up. So we have more options, I would say, than other communities. And some of that is volunteers, but it's also just we have a great deal of strength. Our education foundation, the community foundation, organizations like Response, like the Buddy program. These are absolutely excellent partners. And of course, underlying all of that is the Healthy Communities Fund. And that, I think, is the jewel in our crown, really, and something we can never take for granted.
Now more than ever.
Yeah, now more than ever. So, yeah, sometimes I feel a little bit, I don't want to say embarrassed, but when people see what we have, the resources, the school-based therapists, thanks to the Hope Centre and the RFP with the hospital and the school district and human services. I mean, there's just a huge amount of time and effort and collaboration and negotiation that has gone into all of this. So it's not just having the resources, it's also having, I think, the desire to work together and trust. There's a huge amount of trust in our system. And, credit to the people who lead that, because I think that's part of the secret sauce, right?
Well, everything you just said, we're going to turn to a PSA for the renewal of the Healthy Community Fund. So
Been reported.
Thank you. I've been through several of those renewals. I know how that goes. Yeah.
Allison,
Is there something you'd like to see in the Healthy Community Fund that you're not getting today? Or is there, as we look forward to the renewal and thinking through, and maybe this is coming up and Lindsay could say table it, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on.
I don't know that I have specific thoughts. I think that I have a great deal of faith in Lindsay and her ability to, remodel that fund strategically to match our current needs. I don't want to say we've coasted in the county, but we're subject to the same very difficult questions that everybody is now. We're not that different, right? Yeah. And so I think that the important thing is for us to provide the public with an assurance that they're going to get support. And that, for me, is the bottom line. We never say, no, we can't help you. We are going to go to the absolute nth degree to try and help families, survive and be successful here. For us, that's key. 'Cause it's... And there you go. Kleenex support is essential.
I haven't started crying yet, but I might. There you go.
No, I don't.
Just keep it coming.
We have a question from Carbondale, Francie Jacober.
Very good, thank you.
I really admire the humility you guys are expressing, and you're giving credit to so many other people and so many organizations. I want to make sure that you realize a lot of the credit lies with you all. And your work is incredible. And it's not just because Pitkin County has resources, it's because one of our greatest resources is you all. I just want to make sure you know that.
Well, that is more than appreciated. Yeah, I was going to say. Here we go. No, well, thank you. And I think that is, in a climate where, the bad news seems to be incessant, that is very, very positive. And I know my team really needs to hear that kind of thing now and then, actually.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, all of you.
Can I just spend like 5 minutes in that?
Yeah. I'll take that.
Francie, you've got them weeping now.
Thank you, Francie. That was so kind.
Well, I could bark hardly get through it myself without my voice catching, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Breathe.
Thanks,
Thank you, Catherine.
Good
Do you want
job.
to talk about the potential impacts with just this loss of funding? So with child welfare, if we see this kind of 40 to 50% cut, what that will look like for us?
Yeah, so right now, the current funding is at about $800,000. 40% reduction looks like putting us at $500,000. 50% reduction looks like $400,000. That would end up resulting in potentially fewer staff, which would look like significantly increased caseloads per caseworker. And I want to kind of highlight that if we look at that, we're also looking at a time when our social safety net is being broken down. And that, the loss of the social safety net is what a lot of our referrals assessments look like. So our caseload would probably go way up with less caseworkers. Now we're still mandated to provide these services, but we
By the state.
by the state,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
So we can't get out of providing them, and we wouldn't want to, right? Because children's and families' safety is really important for our community. Thank you. So, yeah, the result could be significant even on the quality of work that we're able to provide. I've always talked about, there's state level of work, which is acceptable. And then whenever we have extra time, which isn't always, we want to provide the best service that we possibly can. And that's why we have things like the state calling us to ask us, how are you keeping kids at home so much? Because of the great casework that our caseworkers are able to do.
I'll also just mention that, economic services and child welfare and adult perfection, that was a Freudian slip, sorry, protection, are really high burnout departments because of the secondary trauma, the vicarious trauma that they're experiencing. We were just talking this morning about when Kelly had to pick up some work because some of her staff have been out, and just how, getting back into that mindset of kind of putting the shell back over your head and getting ready for some really hard conversations. We do see, we see high turnover in these programs in terms of staffing, and compared to the state, we don't. We actually retain our staff at a much higher rate than the state of Colorado and other counties. So when we start talking about sort of looking at cuts to those programs, I worry a lot about our staff too, and just the level of burnout and the impact on their mental health and what we provide as a county in terms of EAP and how we support through some real stuff, some really real hard stuff. So that's one of the things that it keeps coming to my mind for both areas, for economic services and protective services, because these are not easy jobs. It's not coming in and applying for a driver's license, right? You have to apply it's like buying a house. You have to give all your tax records. And if you don't have all your tax records, then you don't have enough information. You're not going to qualify. And then you're mad. And then, it just can be anyways, I'm not going to belabor that. It can be a really high burnout. So I worry a lot about that. All right. Any other questions before we move to adult protection? No, Emily?
No, not right now. I'm aware of the time, so I will be brief.
We have until 2:30. I just learned. Yeah. So
Well,
take your time.
How much time do you want? I feel like we spent half the meeting talking about kids, so I want to spend the other half talking about the other end of the lifespan. I'm kidding. I also just want to say that I think what the rest of the team has been talking about as far as the client space and the staff space is slightly different, but very similar in adult and aging space. The topics and things just look slightly different, but all the same themes, I would say, are run parallel within adult and aging space, save maybe the concerns around funding. But it's maybe a matter of time if you would ask me. So just wanted to say that. Here on this chart, just wanted to share a little bit about APS in relation with Kelly and her team in Child Protection Services. You'll see like we have over the last number of years seen an increase, a steady but relatively small increase of referrals, which is not that surprising if you look at the total population of not only the county, but of adults in the county, and then specifically older adults in the county, which is the vast majority of all referrals that we receive, especially the last 2 years, relatively speaking. And that trend, I would presume, would continue. I think in the memo, in the beginning of my section, I had your very generic demographic chart that shows over the next 40 years or so, it will be between 20 and 30% of the population will be over 60, which is relatively high in Colorado and across the country, relatively speaking. So I would project that all the numbers, caseload or otherwise, within the adult and aging services space will look like this chart, will trend upward. And I believe most of all my charts, which I really enjoy, tend to trend upward to some degree. So really, this just is on track with previous trends and going back even further compared to other data sets. We can go on to the next one. Also in the memo, there was just a small pie chart of referral types, which is on track and trend with previous data as well. Here, I'd like to highlight briefly nutrition trends, again, on par with historical trends and data. I tracked this over 30 years, so 30 years is still that steep of an increase. This past year, maybe slightly steeper. And 2025 saw total meals over 12,000, which only happened twice since we became a department in the 70s. So pretty proud of that. And I think it's interesting to note that in 25, we only serve lunch 4 days a week. And so I would anticipate going to 2026, minimum of 12,000 meals, if not more. Again, if we are following the trend lines, and maybe other unfortunate circumstances do not occur within the adult and aging space. So really kudos to my team, particularly my chefs and the rest of my team for getting the word out, working on communicating to the community and our regulars around all of our services, particularly nutrition. So I'm very, very honored to work with such an awesome team, and we're just rocking and rolling. And I almost dare say maybe we're like the more positive, generally, space of human services. And I don't want to be too hasty on saying that. But I do realize compared to my friends and colleagues and the rest of human services, we're maybe a little more stable. Because of the nature of our program compared to those. And I don't take that for granted. I take it very seriously. And I think my team does as well. And we try to be as supportive to the rest of our colleagues and the rest of human services, however we are able to. So that's what I have, I believe. Unless there's questions.
Questions for the boastful Dr. Chad Fedowitz. I have one for you, which is,
please,
given the SDO's projection, the state demographer's office, I agree with your projections statewide. What does that imply for services offered by your department? So is there a gap in our portfolio given we have an aging population, given you're going to be talking about 15,000 meals in 2027? So what else should we be doing
I don't know.
As a county?
Great question. I may reframe it and say, where's the opportunity, not gap?
Please, please.
I think there are opportunities around examining what the priorities in relation to human services and senior services are, and compare that with the county's comprehensive plan and some other leading documents, direction from the board, and the larger state of human services in the state. And, another factor would be gaps or opportunities that the community sees. You know, the first thing that comes to mind is around case management. We know in all of human services, navigating systems as complex as human services as a whole is pretty complicated for the experts, right? Let alone someone walking into our office. And aging in an adult space is really no different in that regard. So if there is an opportunity, of which I foresee many, perhaps the higher priority, if I would have to say one, would be around the case management space. What that looks like, what it is, I can't answer that in the moment, but I think there is opportunity if we take that in comparison or in relation to maybe other tensions in the larger human services space, that need to assist the community in navigating these systems that are changing, disappearing, drastically changing, et cetera, is an opportunity, in short.
To be continued. We look forward to the further discussion. So thank you for that presentation.
I'm happy that Chad brought up case management. I wanted to talk about that just a little bit since I have time. Thank you, Dr. Fedorowicz. Yeah. So, you know, the Medicaid enrollment is a way for us to look at how we could do case management. And a lot of what we hear from our partners is that upfront, and a lot of the strategic plans, I think both for the homeless services and infrastructure as well as the behavioral health strategic plan, they all pointed towards this need for no wrong door, one place to be able to go to get your human services and public health needs met. And what we have done some work with our consultants that we got the grant for Medicaid enrollment to learn more about how would this inform our system. And what we're learning through that process is that because of the two technologies in economic services, once it leaves peak, the folks that are helping with care navigation, people to complete those applications, we pick it up on the other side and we have access to understand why it's not meeting eligibility. And we're not, you know, our economic services department, they're technicians, it's data entry, they're not case managers. So this need for additional support for someone who understands the back end of the system, understands it from a families first or a client-centered perspective as well, feels really, really important right now. And so in our Medicaid enrollment project, that's one of the pathways that we're starting to explore, is like a Medicaid or a public benefits case manager internally on our team so that they can help navigate all of our systems, because as Chad said, our systems alone are very complex and complicated. I had, just as a personal story, I just with a girlfriend of mine who unfortunately lost her husband unexpectedly a year ago with a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. And he was doing very well in their survivor benefits that they're receiving now. So they went from a salary of $250,000 a year to $72,000 a year, which is all survivor benefits. The kids and the family do not qualify for Medicaid. They're over the limit, and for them to buy in would cost them $2,000 a month. So, right, this cliff that we're seeing and how they're navigating the resources then in that community, she doesn't know the first thing about how to do that. And also her executive functioning is not very high because she's in a space of grief and loss. And I think a lot of people who come into our programs, they're not coming into our programs because they're having a good day, right? So they're coming into our programs where they're not able to access their executive functioning and their ability to know, like, oh, I just need to go to Aspen Family Connections to get some help because I have kids and they're in the school district, or I'm homeschooling. So we really are starting to see a pathway for us. When I told you last budget season that we weren't ready to come to you with an ask, we're still not ready. We're getting closer, though. I think we're getting closer and closer to what that may look like. And that would be also, to Chad's point, in tandem with the behavioral health strategic plan as well as the homeless services and infrastructure strategic plan, and then that overarching comp plan that we've been working really closely with ComDev on.
Thank you for that.
So I'll put
Yeah.
I'll plant that seed. We're not fully aware yet or sure, but I think once we go through our Healthy Community Fund retreat with you all, we'll have a little bit more guidance of how to think about that.
And just the banal question of the day, everything okay in terms of facilities and parking with our new management team?
Oh,
and
what?
do folks feel that they can have unobstructed access to your services, given we have security guards and, you know, a police state in the parking lot?
Anything about this?
Those were thumbs up from the back of the room. Okay. I just
I
want to
haven't
make sure.
heard
'cause
anything, which is
there was-
usually good news.
There was a bump in the road
Yeah.
at the rollout, so I just
Yeah.
want to, while you're all here smiling, I just want to take a picture. Okay.
Yeah, we continue to work with assets and facilities on the parking management. It has improved drastically
Yeah.
from when the program first. So I think the reason we had some bumpy parts is because enforcement is hard when you've been able to park there for a long time, and now we actually have spaces. I also think having Harvest for Hunger open 5 days a week and not just those 2-hour periods, which were creating a lot of issues in our parking lot. I think that also has helped tremendously.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Lindsay Maish or team or Emily just smiling in the back row because she got off the hook?
Just a really quick update for you all. So we said at every Board of Social Services, since you all have given me the authority to sign off on specific contracts, anything $25,000 or less, unless it's new. Here are a few of those. We're going to be bringing all of these to you in an annual resolution at the end of this month, I don't know, sometime very soon, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. So we will be returning with the annual resolution that has every single thing that I have signed. So all of those can be both public within the Board of Social Services meetings as attachments as well as a resolution.
Thank you. We won't see you tomorrow.
No, it's not tomorrow? Okay. It might be in a week. Okay. But I'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Anything further for Lindsay or team? Or team or Lindsay?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You get a break.
And thanks for all the work in the packet and the prep and just sort of getting the board up to speed. So we came to pepper you with questions given the wonderful board packet. So really appreciate the pre-reading.
And I just would
please.
like to echo and commend Lindsay and the staff team of, while in this place of uncertainty, how you've been all have been managing it and being very intentional along the way for the board and myself and leadership in the community. And I know that the changes will still, we don't know, but I think because of the leadership and everyone at the team that we really are, it's been said, but worth echoing, positioned well to manage this and navigate through the uncertainty.
Thank you.
I would add to that and echo that I'm really blown away also with the team on the Human Services call. The balance between the state antagonists and the protagonists on the county side, the Human Health Services directors, whether it's Larimer or Weld, they are a force. And it's incredible to hear them and how they present and how they work with the state. And I'm enjoying, I hope CCI represents the Human Services Director and it comes closer to their vision of what shared services and districting looks like, given they're at the table. And I'm really impressed with your entire team.
Our cohort, we are very lucky. There's a lot of very smart people in the room. So,
and I'll add, I'm really glad that CCI is stepping up as a sort of not representing one party, but just representing the state and the services director. So I think they've done an excellent job as well. And, just proud to be part of CCI through this process. So I know it's back to you and your amazing work locally, but I'm really impressed with what's going on at the state level.
Yeah, I couldn't do my job if it weren't for the other 64 directors. Like, we are all leaning on each other every day through text threads and emails and all the things. So don't miss a beat.
Well, thank you. The boss is adjourned.
Thank you so
Great
much.
concert.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You have to I think you have to close
Thank
it,
you.
right? Isn't there a
No, it's
motion
just,
to
that
close
was
it?
You didn't?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I don't think
Likewise. And thank you, Catherine.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Gregory. We would love to take a 5-minute break. We're taking a grassroots break, I guess. 2 minutes. Yeah, awesome.
You want to take,
Awesome.
you want to take 5?
Amy, we're gonna take 5. Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
wasn't here last time. She is the Director of Grants, Data, and Special Projects at the Colorado River BoCCs. So whenever I bust out data sheets, and even though I uploaded them, I did bring the paper ones for those of us that are kind of like, man, I just love looking at the paper instead of the digital one, so I can pass that around to you guys. But yeah, I was just excited today to be able to come back and again say thank you for supporting us in the past. Kind of informing you all of how we spent the funds that you did award us. And that would have been back in the spring of 24, so fiscal year 24. How we stretched those funds way beyond the timeline that was intended. And then if there's a possibility, what's the next process if I wanted to either ask for another award, or if there's a grant program you guys currently offer that you think would be right for us, what are the next logical steps if that's something that you're interested in. And then would also say it's great to see you, Francie, online there. So sorry that we're missing Patty and your new person to be determined soon.
So Patty is hanging out with Jeff Hurd. She was touring the Capitol last night. She was kicked out of the Capitol by Secret Service at an undetermined hour in advance of this evening's State of the Union. It wasn't quite accurate, but it wasn't kicked out, but she was one of the last ones to leave the Capitol as they were setting up for.
Well, I heard Representative Hurd had been doing work to represent his constituents and not necessarily the macro agenda, so I'm sure that made him less than popular. But anyway, without getting into too much of that, yeah, so I'd love to just get into my presentation. I do tend to be a bit long-winded, so...
we'll cut you off. It's okay.
Thank you. Yeah. I will get right to it. First thing I want to do is just briefly go through my deck, which I just wanted to kind of inform you guys about what we do and how our system works so that you guys are more informed. Because when I was speaking to other people previously, in Garfield County Commissioners included, they always are like, give us just a quick overview. And I didn't do that. I gave you guys a long one, but I'm just going to zip through it. Yeah. When you think about the BoCCs, it's basically an educational co-op, so we are an educational nonprofit, but you know, I'm still picking up para just like you would as a commissioner. And there's how the state is broken up. Our BoCCs is unique. We're the Colorado River, but there are also, we have satellite schools around the state for the Career and Technical Ed Department, which we call EPIC because it's just a better way to communicate than the CT department at the Colorado River BoCCs, especially when we talk with youth. CTE, by and large, is a secondary element. So you see middle school and high school, though a lot of our member schools are looking for more early exposure to career and college exploration and readiness. So we are breaking paradigms. There's our current team. Isn't that exciting? And then, again, just different ways to access support with our different members. And I had to throw in some ridiculous gifts because that's the person I am. When we think about the Colorado River BoCCs, we are unique because our BoCCs has more departments than most BoCCs do. In most cases, they've been established to help with special education and rural practices, but you can use the same scope and sequence for career and tech ed. And career and tech ed is very similar to VOTech, but I would say if you did a VOTech program, it's very narrow. You go in, you earn the credential, finish the class, and then you rotate on to whatever's next. CTE starts much more broadly, and then it narrows down to VOTech programs to include it, but it has more on and off ramps, and it also has an infusion of technology. Within that, we kind of live in a few buckets, which I'll get to in a moment, but I do have some great data here about career and tech ed for you guys to go back over and look at, including how career and tech ed is run in the state of Colorado with local control school districts, basically made each school district like its own little fiefdom compared to, say, other states where there's a central body. For example, 4 years of math are not a requirement from the State Board of Ed or from Colorado Department of Ed. Your local school boards do 4 years because that's what the kids need to be ready for what's next. Though honestly, if they wanted to be really look at the data, they probably need 6 years of math is what they need to approve for in a high school to graduate. But the one I really love is the CT graduation rates, and I have a new graphic to put in here. But kids that are enrolled in any CTE class clip out of or exceed the graduation rates of other groups of students. And then if you're a participant and you're able to finish a year, your graduation rate goes all the way up. And then a concentrator, again, even more so. So it shows the power of CTE to push kids along. The 2 frameworks that are here, and you can see our EPIC engagement, and that's on the one pager I'll go over in a minute. But this is how the career clusters is modeled, and then this is kind of the grid view where it's done more by like, I guess this is more by like pathway, and then here they're grouped more by, I don't know exactly how to put it. Thematic concepts would be probably the best way. If you click on any of these documents, they are hyperlinked with more information. And always tell me to go back if you want. But the main thing we do is we do CT support and professional development, and that makes sense because we're a BoCC, so we're always akin to helping out our schools by providing them with high-quality PD. We've done this for years. The Colorado River BoCC also hosts one of the most prodigious alternative licensure programs. That's a statewide program. We do our own CT programming that's directly meant for students. We do distance learning, so schools have the opportunity to bring students that may have gone to a for-profit online school back in, but still provide them that distance learning opportunity. And we do that with CDLS, which is Colorado Digital Learning Solutions. And then work-based learning, which is that opportunity from anywhere from a career fair all the way up to an apprenticeship with like internships, job shadows, all those pieces in between. And that's all linked into the Colorado work-based learning continuum. But those are the main things. And when you look at this, really, this one is for the teachers. All the rest are for students. And you can also say work-based learning does do that crosswalk with industry sector because that's how we're helping the workforce get directly to the industry sector. And because in CTE, CTE is for all. And I was an AP English teacher and a CT Theater Arts. But the idea is CTE is if you're college bound or not, it's for everybody. Whereas like when I was an AP English teacher, it was clear that that was meant for kids going to a 4-year college. So any of these pathways, just to back up here in the cluster model, they have careers that you can go straight into the workforce, careers where you can get, upscaled a bit if you can get a couple credentials in a couple college classes, or going to an apprenticeship program, or cutting off years of college as if you're going to more of a professional degree that you needed. So, which is nice because not all programs are built for all. So, and through these, I've just kind of broken out what all these little elements are that we do to focus in on programming because this is where we typically support the kids with the funding. You see more of it. The EPIC construction pathways where you have a build here with John Fisher. So that was a big piece. His site was supported with some extra green initiatives because our original builds do not include as much green technology in the tiny home. And then he was able to complete it and sell it, and they sold it even before. So now they're taking those funds and decided to go up to a bigger park model, which is why we're trying to look for just a little more funding so we can do things like solar panels. Some elements we're not going to say no to, like the blow-in insulation. The R factor is just too important to get it to that high level so the homes can stay near the communities that they're built in. But yeah, 7 different locations, lots of industry-ready credentials in the big 3 if you're looking at all that with the PWR department at the state level, and just kind of spurring across the state. We also then do our longest pathway is our EPIC Cyber Crew, and this is a computer science IT pathway. A lot of people always complain, or you hear all over the news, that AI is killing coding jobs. But for every coding job it kills, it creates 2 new networking jobs. So for hackers and network system providers to maybe not code, but to find bad code, fix it, and also to find loopholes and help people put their lives back together. Cool thing is with this program, if a person could get their entry-level networking degree and a high school diploma, they will be commanding about $75K a year. And there's about 3 jobs for every person that's applying right now. So if they were able to do the 4-year program, at a college, one, they won't have to take that class that's aligned to that networking, so they're saving themselves time and money. But secondly, if they came out with the Bachelor of Science, they'd be commanding 350,000 plus. So it's pretty cool. This gentleman right here, an ex-student, he did this program, and he's at the Air Force Academy now. So you're seeing the results that are really transferred nicely as well to the students and what they do next. He almost didn't go because he had a job offer, and he thought I could take the money. But I told him that that being in the Air Force Academy is a job offer. We also run a CTSO, and again, stop me and interrupt me for any of these acronyms, but it's a career and technical student organization, so it's basically a club. A lot of people know you can win a state title in hockey, like I did when I was in high school in Colorado Springs, but you can also earn one in your ability to do coding or your ability to make an amazing loaf of bread. So, or even your ability to joint or to do like a king stud above a doorway or a window. So there's lots of different ways that you can win state titles, and that's through the CTSOs. And even though the titles don't get celebrated the same way that some of the sports do with schools, they do typically come with great scholarships too. But they're a great opportunity for kids to practice leadership, service, fundraising competitions. Typically, it's the classroom teacher that carries that burden, but we do it so that the teachers, they already are stretched pretty thin. So anything we can do to lift them up. We also have mobile learning labs and simulators, including our heavy equipment simulator, our mobile aviation student simulator, our compact engines learning lab, and then our medical emergency learning lab. So again, we got the health sciences, small engines, aviation, and then heavy equipment. And a lot of these are to allow for access across rural areas, and also because some of them, like heavy equipment, you can't get into till you're 18, and those pieces of equipment are way more expensive than the Ferrari that drives down the roads, but that doesn't get the same kind of respect. But those are areas in this local region, Picken, Garfield County, because I do talk about in general our homebred area, which is Aspen to Glenwood Springs and Glenwood Springs all the way west to DeBeck. But there are lots of great paying jobs in those fields right now. And they just want great people. They'll train them up even. So we're trying to help create those connection points. A good example is our work with Stutzman and Gerbaz. They do internships, and they just hire their interns outright because they're doing real work around the shop. And then when they're old enough to get into the machines, then they transition them to another position. So we're creating a workforce stream and clearing up the pipeline, which is pretty cool. And same thing with like the medical emergency learning lab. How can we help students get ready for concurrent enrollment classes that are around allied health? But there's so many entrances and exit points. You don't need to go to four-year college anymore to be like a phlebotomist. That's something you could easily handle in high school and make a great living wage around here, or make even more if you want to travel. Eros is a big
Can
one.
I stop you for a second?
Oh yeah, please.
What's the, you touched on changes in technology. What's the fastest growing field that you guys are offering today?
For our region or nationally?
Yeah, for our region. Is it construction? You keep going back to framing, so.
Yeah, construction is, I would say, between health sciences and construction are the two major ones.
So we shouldn't be surprised regionally with that answer.
Yeah, and
that makes sense.
You see it in even in the what OEDIT released as their top applicants areas for this region. It listed Aspen's hospital and then Valley View is second for most job openings that were posted. So, and OEDIT's the Office of Economic Development. Okay.
And so the follow-up question then is, how are you matching? So we go through your program. I know the difference between a jack stud and a king stud.
Cool.
How do you then match me with an employer? So I get the training side. Now what are you doing? And you sort of tease it a little bit with Stutzman and Gerbaz, but how are you doing that proactively?
Yeah, so we work really closely with the different, and I'm going to just flip forward, with different work-based learning or different industry partners who want to think outside the box. But essentially, the idea is that they learn kind of about their careers, and then they get the relevant coursework, and then they connect. The industry's already connected with us and are desperately waiting for them. So then we try to pre-screen the students and send them to the correct place.
Thank you.
and then do like some pre-internships, which lead to internships and then possibly apprenticeships, depending.
We're usually looking for CDL drivers, so any CDL drivers you have, just
That's
send,
actually in the hopper for us.
Send them our way.
We're
Not this year. We don't have any snow for them to move around. But you know.
That's not
Yeah.
funny, but
Yeah,
I guess all I
sorry.
can do is laugh about it. But yeah, like that's in the hopper for one of the districts, because we do work for our member districts, that they're our bosses. But they're like, CDL, we have buses, we have programs to train them, we have jobs, and we don't care if 3 years down the line they leave and go get a more lucrative CDL job. So we've been working with BoCCs across the state as well, so that we're not replicating something that's already been done and having the same errors. So we're looking with Northeast BoCCs to see if we can do that as well. And they are also mimicking us on the construction side as well. So trying to share and care, beg, borrow, steal kind of mentality. But yeah, mostly when I go across the state, a lot of industry partners are like, Mark, or a lot of teachers and groups are like, oh, it's so hard to get the industry to follow through. And our response is they come to us.
Right.
And we work with the Carter Workforce Center so that we're maximizing our gains. But then on top of that, we also have an industry coach. So we have CTE coaches that go to the schools and talk with kids and teachers and administrators. But then we have an industry coach that goes and meets with industry, helps them to understand the work-based learning continuum and how they can unlock some great money that's out there for approved apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. So I think that's the main way we access is we just do it the old-fashioned way. We go see people, and if they've got want ads, then we go and we talk to them, and then we try to help them lift up kids while they're still in school through work-based learning.
Thank you.
Yeah. I could probably spend
No,
an hour
that was-
just on that part. But it's a great question, Jeff. Another one of our programs, besides the Eros one, which was started out of the Aspen, and I will say there's a typo on here. It's not AEF, or AEF is, but also Aspen Community Foundation helped sponsor this. But they were looking to expand their pathway because their enrollment numbers were down and they didn't want to lose it. So we added some classes that are now stretching all the way to rifle. And there's a student in a simulator at Yampa that we got through a grant. We also have a mobile one that has a rotating bucket where we have to have Dramamine in case so the kids don't puke on it. So kind of a fun way to get going, but to make it accessible to lots of kids. I want to give lots of credit to Theron Mulberry for being willing to say, hey, I've got some flex to see if I can expand to get more kids involved, and kind of just doing that because he knows it's what's great for the region and for his own school. So, and I think he had that through some grant dollars or something. Then the last thing, what we added this year to our program is our pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships. So these are opportunities for kids to, if they have maximized their opportunities at their school and gotten the right credentials through, say, maybe an EPIC class, then they can go on to pre-apprenticeship or apprenticeship, depending on the restrictions of age and where they are. But, you know, like the HVAC one there that's listed there, they are like, hey, we'll hire every single person. We can't hire people fast enough, and we would much rather hire people who already have a connection to community than try to help people new to this area find a connection, because that's a difficult thing. And then they end up driving up from Parachute or even Junction every day, and then that just creates more problems than solutions. So that one's there. The junior senior electrical orientation program, we've been doing that for quite a few years with WC IEC, and then we got a plumber one going with Bishop as well, plumbing and service. But yeah, they're excited to hire the kids if they can make it through. It used to be that a lot of the industry would tell us that our biggest problem is that kids don't have this class or this credential. Now they're like, we don't care about the classes or credentials because nobody has it. If they have it, they're going to get more money right away towards a living wage, which is why they take the classes with us to move forward. But if they don't have it, they're like, as long as they have good habits of a learner, you know, they can show up on time, they can call in when they're sick, when things don't go right, they can flex and make it turn out, you know, make that lemonade, then they're like, we'll invest in them. But the problem is those kids are harder and harder to find. So we also do durable skills building to help, which is where some of the money has been spent that you guys gave us in the past, to give micro badges to show employers that kids are ready to be in the workforce. So that's mostly what I wanted to talk about from the slide deck, and I only got 10 minutes left, so it went long. But I've got my data sheets, and I'll pass the paper copies out to you guys so you don't have to go back and forth.
Can I ask a question while you're passing that around?
Absolutely.
Do you need any more companies to engage with you?
Oh, I mean, we could always use more companies. So if you ever have any leads, please send them our way, because how it is with internships, Francie, is the first year, you know, we had a ton of internships and we placed a bunch of kids, because I think we had like 45 different internships. Most of them are in Glenwood Springs or in Aspen, those areas. But then the cool thing is they hired the kids, so they didn't need to do any the next year. So it's always nice to have those leads. And for Aspen with work-based learning, I work directly with Diane Godfrey at the high school. They have a part-time teacher that does work-based learning as a class, manages the interns. So I always want to work directly through her for the industry that's in this area. But if they reach out to us, we'll work with them.
Okay, so do you want me to give you their contact, or do you want them to contact you? Do you want me to approach first?
Either works. And, you know, we're finalizing an industry symposium we're going to do in late March. So I would probably just send you guys all that information, ask you just to send it to people and ask them to sign up. It'll be free. We do everything for free with industry partners because it benefits the kids that we clean up the pipeline. And the schools see that too, and so does the bureaucrats, because, you know, in the big three, work-based learning, if kids get an internship, they say that's just as valuable as having an industry-ready credential or having college credit. And, you know, I kind of see that, because coming out of college, everybody needs experience. It doesn't matter where you enter the workforce, and to get that while you're in high school is quite a bonus. Pass those to them if they want them. If any of you guys want, I've got spares.
I would love one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Anyway.
Great, thanks.
But yeah, it's always with that pipeline. It's always interesting working with industry, because we kind of have to work around their time frame and help them understand how to speak education, which is totally a different slew of acronyms and stuff. Yeah, but we like doing that.
Greg.
Yeah, question. This is always really fascinating. It's great to hear your success. I think the last time when you guys were here, maybe the time before that, I brought up a problem I'd love to solve. Pitkin County has about twice the state adoption. Certainly we're the highest adoption of electric vehicles in the state of Colorado. Colorado at some point in the last year was the highest in the nation for adoption of electric vehicles. If you look out on the street, you're going to see them everywhere. And the big dilemma is if I want to get mine serviced, which requires almost nothing on the part of the service agency, I still have to go to Denver or Grand Junction even to have a little bit of fluid put in, or, you know, something sussed out. And so I think there's a huge need for service techs for electric vehicles within the valley. And I know CMC has started a program. Jim Jones, if you're talking to Jim.
Yep, we know Jim well.
Okay, great. And then I had sent some information to him earlier, and I thought I should share it with you, but there's a group called Switch Vehicles that does education. Have you heard of them?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking, I can't wait to see an electric vehicle education program in your palette, assuming that there might actually be work available, because RFTA is acquiring electric vehicles. Pitkin County's acquiring electric vehicles. Snowmass Village wants to go electric. You know, there's going to be a need for mechanics and techs who understand this stuff. And then also just to have the service ability to, when somebody like me comes in and I don't want to drive to Denver to put 2 ounces of fluid in, but I'm afraid to try it myself, where do I go? Who do I talk to? It seems like there might actually be a business opportunity there for someone.
Yeah, absolutely. And so through our Compact Engine Learning Lab, we have added elements that allow students to get early entry into automotives, including electric systems. And then I've been working with Jim Jones to help provide more access points for the CMC Autos program, and just kind of pairing together, because I know he's looking for solutions for an element that goes with that program that is their electric vehicle service station, but they need somewhere to put it. So I'm finding solutions for that with him as well. We try not to get too much into their programming because there's no reason for us to dilute the pole or the field.
Yeah,
but
be
so
redundant.
we're kind of doing more of the pre-stuff that they would do before they entered the CMC program. And then the dealerships are excited about having people that are electric certified in the Glenwood Springs area.
Sure.
A lot of them haven't seen the demand yet from their customers to merit them adding a service tech to that. But they basically told me if somebody's got experience there, then we'll hire them, pay them a little extra more, because we know that the customers, that switch flips really fast. And then to have somebody that's already there and trained is big. So I would love to add more elements to the cell to give more opportunity for electric vehicle integration. And you guys have kind of been our leaders in that, because we don't see the same enthusiasm in Garfield County for electric pieces. But I feel like we positioned ourselves well, that with some more monies that we're looking through grants, and obviously talking to you guys as well, that we can push that to the next level and add to an electric program that's already going well with CMC, but add something that uses our current materials, adds to them, but then provides programming like how Eros is doing, so we can spread up valley, just like how the aviation spread down valley.
Right.
And not just up, but also then spread down to the CRV, because we always think about all of our member schools that are interested. So I think we're well positioned to go to the next place with that, in automotive in particular.
That's great. There's one other group that I'm part of that is into converting vehicles, like old sports cars.
I've
And
seen
that's
these
very
conversion
attractive
kits.
to some people. I got hooked on the idea for a while, and I know kids in high school were asking me, hey, how could we do this? You know, find an old relic and convert it. Universities have done it. They've engineering departments, you know, so it's a sort of thing that's might be a great VOTEC thing that might get people's attention. You learn a lot doing it. And so if there's any way I can encourage you, or nudge in that direction, make connections, whatever, let me know.
Well, and I feel like we're trying to think like with CDL, and especially when you think about just about anything in the skilled trades division from the workforce model, it's kind of ubiquitous, electric, and I'd say the same thing like about drones. It's in every pathway. So as we build, we're like always being mindful to build in the electric portion, because I really feel like in many cases it's going to overcome some of the other portions of the pathway in the near future. And aviation's a good example of that as well.
You can see how small engines, they're rapidly becoming electric.
Oh yeah, we've got 2 demo engines that the kids aren't allowed to ride them or anything, but they're basically like motorbikes in a pizza box.
Right.
But it starts with the fun stuff, and those were donated to us by Honda. But and then we're using 3D rendering to reduce our footprint, and also so then we don't have to buy a bunch of engines for every kid group, but instead they can do it in a 3D environment.
Interesting.
And VR as well. Which is slightly different. One projects it out to you, and the other you have to have the headset for. But we're finding some good success there. Really just kind of trying out a bunch of different things right now, because I'm even doing one with aviation mechanics to see what makes best sense, because then we take that to the districts and try to encourage them to pull the trigger. And then ultimately if they say no, I'm like, hey, you should talk to Greg.
Please, send them my way. There's a demand, growing demand. I think there's probably more of a need for electric vehicle mechanics than there are for aircraft mechanics in the valley, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's a career path there, but
yeah, I mean, I think just the same but different.
It's a mature organization also. Yeah, no, I totally support what they're doing, but it's like the cars ought to be right there. So
Mark and Nicolette, final comments. I'm going to try to get to legislative a little early today.
Do you what would be the next steps if I wanted to come back and ask for you guys to support us again? It hasn't been since fiscal year 24, and we took what was supposed to be spent over a year and made it last a year and a half. Is that something that I would just connect with Kara about next steps, or is
Are you
there a
in the
grant
human
program?
health services field, by the way?
Oh, sorry.
I will turn over to Kara.
And so I believe, and I don't have the exact data, but I'm pretty sure, and we need to double check that you are not qualified for Healthy Community Fund. Do we know that? I think my first step would say, let's look and see about putting in a request through the Healthy Community Fund.
Okay.
That would be your best avenue. And ensure if there's, I believe you're eligible, and last time we funded out of cycle because the grant had already happened. But we should check there.
Yeah, because I know the original program is no longer available. Is that accurate?
We funded with ARPA dollars last time. That's how the original funding came through to you all. And I believe that was outside of the Healthy Community Fund. And I cannot recall. I need to double check if it's geographic location or what, and see if you would be eligible for Healthy Community Fund grants. Okay. That would be my first suggestion.
And or the regional grant or collaborative.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would be another avenue.
I'm wondering if we might see something from RFTA, for instance. There may be an opportunity to talk.
Cool.
Get a hold of me.
Yeah, because I would love to do some more elements. Obviously, what PITCO schools request, and from what my understanding is, Basalt High is in you guys' areas, or in your county as well. I think the auto expansion is key. Health sciences, because we did a ton of stuff with your previous funding to help Aspen high school students get CPR and first aid certified, but I'd also like to help work with the hospital to get an apprenticeship program going to kind of show them how they can kickstart that and make it last. And then more green practices, and then anything left over just to hold for residents of Pitkin County kids for our programs, because we build all of our programs in a tuition model. That way, if there's grants and if there's funding, great. But if not, then we can still run the programs, but they just have to find the funds, which, the goal is they could fundraise it through the CTSOs and stuff too. But yeah, I'd love to come back and do the next step.
Can I give you one more, if you haven't talked to Tara Stitzline at CORE, Community Office for Resource Efficiency, them and CLEAR and
Yep, yeah. Been connecting with Morgan at CLEAR.
Right, got it. Well, CORE would be another one also, just to touch base, because they may have something, they're always looking at grants and renewable energy and electric vehicles and, stuff like that. So there may be something there as well.
Who's your lead with CORE?
So we're gonna wrap.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you can get a hold of me, no problem.
I appreciate the pitch. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Yeah. And Levi, we're gonna go straight to you. We're gonna give you more than your 15 minutes. So rather than take an emotional break, we would really enjoy hearing from you.
Thanks.
And so for grassroots, we're going to skip the break. We had a grassroots break earlier, so we're going to go right to the legislative update.
I don't know what I'm going to do with extra time.
Seat it.
And then for Mr. Ives, we will be on schedule, so Levi's going to wrap it around 3:30, and Charlotte Anderson's aware that you're here early, and good to see you, and thank you.
Or maybe earlier.
Thank you. Yeah.
Might get Wayne in earlier.
So we have no good transition music for you today, so apologies.
Do you have any bad transition music?
You missed it. It was during Human Services. It was during the. It was during the. Yeah. We had some Springsteen intros and outros.
I can't compete, so it's just as well that.
And thanks for stepping up.
Yeah. I was hoping to get a little more than just 15 minutes. It was an opening in your schedule that I just bounced on.
So,
is your mic on?
Yeah, the light's on.
Make sure to point it directly at your mouth. Project.
Sorry, Francie, is that any better?
So much better, thank you.
Okay. Right, if you're ready, then I'm ready. I'm Levi Borst, Management Analyst for Pitkin County. I'm here with another legislative update. We just had one probably 3 weeks ago, and I pounced on these 15 minutes because I was out of town last week. So with that, I just have a few things I was really hoping to get through, and then I've got plenty to kill more time if we have time. So Anything we don't get to today, we can follow up with next week. I'm back in front of you next Tuesday. So however much discussion there is, I'm here for. And with that, I'll jump in. A few upcoming attractions, as always. We're about a third of the way into the legislative session. So as you look at the second bullet point down, 447 pieces of legislation, 246 toothpicks. We're on pace to just blow by other years if we keep seeing bills introduced. I think normally we're in the mid 400s, and we're already at 450 with 2/3 of the session still remaining. That's kind of horrifying for a guy who reads a lot of legislation. Let's see. Currently, Patty is at NACO. Jeffrey, I heard you mention she got booted out last night ahead of the State of the Union. Next week on Wednesday, we've got a CCAT all-member meeting from 4 to 8 p.m. I'll plan to be there virtually, I think. Are you planning to go down in person, Jeffrey?
So I've got meetings in the mountains, so I'll go virtual with you if you want to do it from the office. Happy to.
Cool.
Either way.
Cool. And then the following day, Thursday and Friday, we've got the CCI steering committee meetings and a briefing ahead of those. That's this Friday from 12 to 1:30, I think it is.
Yeah.
And just a couple of reminders of some legislative tracking links and priority setting links that are live and they're updated in real time. So as you go through and click on those, you'll see the most current version of what we're working on. Another reminder of the various bill trackers that are out there. You can see there are quite a few different categories, so I know that different people may ask you for different bill status, and you can click on any of these and see not only where their introduction committee of the whole type of status is, but also any comments that departments have entered or that I've entered, or any positions that we may have taken on any of those things. And the first bill I want to talk about is the authority for different mill levy rates. This was one that came to me through the assessor and the treasurer. Mm-hmm. I don't know how familiar everyone is with this concept, but the idea is that it allows any local taxing entity to split the mill levy rate. There are some exemptions for agricultural, gas and mining, oil, conservation easements, things like that. If you've seen your property tax bill, it talks about land value and improvements value. And this would allow any of those local taxing entities to decide to tax those at different mill levy rates, so long as the improvement rate is below that of the land rate. And I think the idea is to encourage people to develop land and make use of that instead of leaving land vacant, which of course there's a vacant property tax code, which is pretty high anyway, so I'm not sure exactly what problem they're trying to solve here, other than maybe to incentivize people to develop housing on property because they'll get a break on the improvements component of that. One really big landmine with this is that while it is opt-in, any single taxing entity could opt in. So what do we have in Pitkin County? 50-some various taxing entities between schools and fire protection and metro districts and whatever else. Special districts. If any one of those were to opt in, it would require a software update that the county would have to then pay for. And so if we have 53 different taxing districts, one of them forces a software upgrade that could cost, doomsday $1 million. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Oh, awesome.
I mean,
I didn't know you were there. Thank you.
You're welcome to join. You're welcome to join at the dais as well,
please.
If you want to
add. Significant costs to local governments in terms of software upgrades, significant costs in personnel and training, and I think we can see that the Treasurers Association opposes it. Our treasurer and our assessor and all the folks back here are definitely super concerned about it. So I wanted to bring that first in the event that we talked a lot about it. And I think I would all recommend that Pitkin formally take an opposed position on that bill as written.
So Francie and Greg looking forward to an opposed position on the different mill levy rate bill. We got thumbs up.
Yeah.
happy to oppose.
Awesome. Is there anything that I missed that y'all can add for me?
No, that was, you did great, thank you.
Yeah. Who are the sponsors, or who's pushing for this? I've heard it in committee with CCI, and my impression was, yeah, it's pushing. It's a development agenda, if you will.
Yeah. I don't know the sponsors off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine. Yeah, now I was
Nobody
wondering
local.
who are the fiscal agents that are pushing this, and it.
Right. And I don't know, in the current environment, I'm not sure who is going to ask to lower the amount of tax revenue that they get, because that's effectively what this would do.
Right.
And then you'd get your tax bill, and you could have how many new line items? Anyway,
Right.
it strikes me as a nightmare.
Yeah.
Cool.
Happy to oppose.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks for joining us.
I didn't know they were here. I should
Yeah.
have you guys talking.
And
Brutal.
we've already postponed indefinitely the vacant home tax, so this is the other ghost in the closet, if you will. Yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
Right. So the next topic I wanted to discuss are CalFO requests for advocacy. You had maybe 4 or 5 different attachments in your packet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to go through those in detail, but I know we're talking about the proposed cuts by department and by program.
Mm-hmm.
Another one talks about some on-ground impacts to existing sort of co-ops or different human services programs that are facing risk of funding cuts. And one of the attachment talks about investment dollars and how that equates to public benefits. So like a $1 investment equals $14 in savings down the line. And then finally, I think probably most importantly, was a letter from CalFO to the Joint Budget Committee just after public comment. And if you read through that letter, Allie Morgan wrote that, and she's really talking about not necessarily preventing any human services cuts or public health cuts, but talking about mitigating those to the best and highest degree that we can.
Mm-hmm.
And so the JBC's already got all of those things, but the ask from us is that we'd like to be ready to reach out to our local legislators when that budget package is available. So we really want our local legislators to be prepared. My Thomas Davidson.
I knew the invitation was there. Yeah.
We just want to be prepared to reach out to them and ask them to fully support mitigation of those cuts as much as possible to some of the most vulnerable people in our community. So I'm not entirely sure what that looks like yet.
Yeah.
I think in an ideal world, I'd like to either have some talking points or even just a basic letter of advocacy that the board could sign on to and send out to Velasco and Caitlin and kind of advocate for preserving as much as we can of this. So I don't know if I have any human public health folks on Zoom. Spaz, can you check to see if we have Ariel or Jordana or anyone else?
Ariel.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything in terms of what the ask is. So if Ariel has anything to add, I would love her comments.
And while she's unmuting, we would love the talking points. We'd love to be ready. As a board, I'll look around. I think, yeah, getting prepared in advance would be we have 24 hours to respond. So it sounds like, yes, you can get direction from, I'm going to find a nodding or thumbs up from Francie, but it sounds like we should be prepared given the fiscal situation the state's in.
I can have something ready pretty quickly. I think that'll be easy.
Thank you. Ariel, you're welcome to join us.
Okay, thank you. See if I can turn my video on. I don't see the video icon, so sorry about that, but I am here.
We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. So yes, the CalFO Policy Committee has just asked that we do all the outreach we can to legislators to mitigate funding cuts to public health. I don't believe any of our legislators are on the JBC, so they're not setting the budget, but they will be voting on it. So just any voices they can hear to protect public health funding, to keep program staff and programs running is much appreciated.
Yeah, and, personally, I'm happy to reach out to the JBC, and I'm trying to think who specifically we have the best relationship with. He's currently running for treasurer. So the answer is, yeah, we'd be happy to reach out to both local legislators as well as the JBC.
Awesome. We'll put something together and have it for you shortly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ariel.
Thank you for the push. Thank you for the nudge.
Can I just clarify on this one? I saw head noddings, but I want to be really clear that the board is in support of all this and reaching out directly to JBC. Okay. Thank you.
And I would probably run any proposed outreach back through the board and have the chair reach out on behalf of the board, just kind of the way we do a lot of that stuff. Awesome.
Thank you for the reaffirmation of the nods, the Zoom nods.
Great. Hopefully this one is pretty easy. I'd love to discuss the recreation of the Wildfire Matters Interim Committee. The most recent one just sunset, so this recreates it, and it's largely in its similar form. 10 members of the General Assembly, 5 from the Senate, 5 from the House, appointed by the Speaker and the President, and then the other 2 by the Minority Leader. So this allows this committee to have 5 interim bills that they bring forward each session. Pretty standard operating procedure, but I think this is one, given our unique situation here, that it's worth voicing support for. So I would recommend that we support that. If there's any further discussion, I know.
So we got thumbs up on both, and for the public and for Francie and for Greg, the Wildfire Matters Committee actually set up the wildfire. It preceded the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, so it was important in its recommendations, and it preceded the state wildfire code. So I think it's a good one to stand back up. And contrary to staff memos, these are appointments and important, state level appointments, not volunteer boards. So that was a knock on staff. Sorry, had to get it out.
Just looking to see, do I have volunteer up there somewhere?
No, it's in a staff memo
Okay.
coming soon.
Great. This touches on something I just heard Greg talking about, of the EV footprint in Colorado and Pitkin County. And this, Senate Bill 3, talks about extending the scope of the Battery Stewardship Act, which I'm sure you all really remember from last year, 25-163. And this would require the providers of EV batteries to pay for responsible end-of-life considerations, be that recycling considerations or safe disposal considerations, or however that looks. CC4CA is currently in an amend with intent to support. They were seeking a couple of amendments through committee, which is tomorrow, but they are fully expecting that they've got agreements in place to move to a support as soon as those are introduced and adopted. So I think the Battery Stewardship Act was a great thing, and this expansion, given the proliferation of EVs, is a really important consideration to make. So I can't speak in depth to any of those amendments, but I think there was some concern about increased cost on either waste processors or recycling centers or landfills to comply with this. And so the amendments are seeking to offset some of those inadvertent secondary costs on those folks.
So, and CC4CA is looking for testimony tomorrow?
They're looking for testimony tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if there's interest in taking a support kind of based on our understanding of the acceptance of those amendments, the next slide has a bunch of bullet point suggested talking points that CC4CA provided this morning, if we're interested in doing that.
I mean, the only pushback I would have is in the solar panel world, we enjoy cradle to cradle. And so the question is, for the battery, is there a similar certification? So can we start at the origin of the process as opposed to the end of life of the process? And I think the solar manufacturers are saying, what happens with 50 years of a panel? We'll take it back, we'll deconstruct it, we'll recycle the metal, we'll recycle the glass, etc. So there's a poor description of cradle to cradle, but it seems like, are we ahead of the process and the certification? Shouldn't we be starting back at the origin of the battery as opposed to putting this back on the landfill, if you will? So I'd love to hear from Tyler in the landfill. where we stand. And sorry, and Francie, didn't mean to interrupt the crochet. Knitting, sorry.
I told CC4CA that I just don't feel like I can testify about this until I do a bunch of research, including talking to the landfill. And
Yeah.
so I'm not prepared to testify tomorrow, and I let them know that. But if somebody else feels like they're prepared, that'd be fine.
I could do it time, depending on when it is, when we're, if it'll work. But I'd need the briefing, no question, because I have no idea what the amendments are about.
The committee's scheduled for 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, and this bill is 4th out of 4, so it would be late afternoon, evening,
During our regular
midnight-ish.
meeting.
Right. 4
During
o'clock.
our meeting.
Yeah, I think we should thank CC4CA.
They'll probably have testimony.
We're gonna, we would lose quorum with 3 members in town.
You can always send
Again,
me.
I'd love to hear where the manufacturers are. I
Yes,
mean,
you can
it
send
seems
me
like we're
that.
very end-of-life focused, and I really want to hear, if Ford is still in the EV market, where are they in terms of battery swaps? And this seems sort of end-of-life focused, end-of-life management.
My guess is CC4CA and the people behind this are pretty up on how it's evolving, and it's a rapidly evolving technology, and so much is happening where they're discovering that there's a lot more life in the batteries than they thought, and they're also recyclable. There's so much to it, and I'm sure that's being contemplated, but I don't know the details. It's fascinating though, and if you could testify, I think that'd be great.
Sure.
If they need it, if they need another voice.
Okay.
I'd love to get to some of the land use, because I think that's some of the stickier subjects, like the Home Act and where we are in the Home
Can
Act.
I clarify on the Levi Testa? So I'm hearing a few different things from the board. I think one is, I think that there's a couple of questions I'm hearing from 2 of the board members about Pitkin County's position. So before we get agreement of are we testifying, is Pitkin County agreement with the CC4CA amendments? I think that clarity before we testify would be helpful.
I think
don't
there's.
know. That's
Sorry,
my
Francie.
answer.
Francie, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm not testifying. I feel like this is the kind of thing that before I stick my neck out with some kind of position, I need to be more educated. So
Smart.
I don't know the answer to
So
that, Kara.
So I'm hearing either a pass or an amend, supporting the amend of CC4CA at this point, given further clarifications and questions from the board.
I would suggest, given where the board is and that it's tomorrow and that there's some questions, it sounds like CC4CA is going to have good testimony from folks that are ready, and that we can
Right.
bring back additional to answer the concerns Francie's bringing up. And
That
Jeffrey
sounds
too.
good to me too. Thank you. Thanks
Thanks,
for
sir.
asking for that clarification.
We would love to get to some land use bills, jonesing for some preemption by the Policy Bureau.
To finish this, I will just leave us as a no position for now, or I can put us as a monitor or whatever we like.
Monitor.
Thank you.
Okay. Skip that.
Land use. Cool.
Well, as requested. I don't have much on the Home Act, so this will
That's fine.
hopefully tide you over. This is the competing bill about large load data centers. So we've talked about a couple. We already opposed the one that was basically tax incentives. And this is a more enviro-friendly one. It was just introduced a couple weeks ago. And it talks about some renewable energy requirements for data centers that are over 30 megawatt consumers. The data centers are required to use 100% renewable energy. I think there are a couple of asterisks if they're unable to meet that they can petition for consideration of less than 100%. They're required to enter into contracts to pay for the added infrastructure and resource costs of their centers. They're required to complete some reporting to the CDPHE regarding energy and water consumption, and also required to provide reliable service to their existing customers. So I know that checks off a couple boxes we talked about on the last data center bill. And speaking of land use things, this does not permit for data centers to be a use by right. It preserves a local government's ability to send those through their respective land use processes. And then it would also require an analysis to disproportionately impacted communities with some CBAs that the local government and other stakeholders have the ability to review and approve or deny.
Where are CCAT and CC4CA on this one?
Positions have not been taken by either of those on these yet.
So why are you recommending support?
Because I love it. I think it's probably a little optimistic. I don't know that we get all this through. I think the requirements are pretty stringent.
I have one concern about it, if I could, Jeffrey.
Please, Francie.
And that is that some of the places that are, if it's in local control, we have plenty of local Western Slope governments and Eastern Slope governments, for that matter, that would love to have a data center. And so I'm a little concerned about just turning it over to the counties to decide whether or not they want to put a data center there. Even though this restricts some of the damage done by it, to me, it doesn't really, getting a report about their water consumption doesn't limit their water consumption. They're just giving a report. So I'm not sure it goes far enough, in my opinion, but it's certainly better than the other one.
So, and there's no fiscal statement to date?
Not that I've seen, no.
I guess I'd push back to the group and say, why wouldn't we just monitor? I appreciate your enthusiasm relative to the nefarious bill that was before us last week, but I don't see Pitkin saying, great, we want to site them down by the Solid Waste Center or in Woody Creek or anywhere outside the urban growth boundary. So I know we talked at the beginning of the session about WE bills, and I don't understand how this is a WE bill.
I think it's a WE bill because to me it's a Holy Cross Energy District concern throughout the Holy Crosses and excels for that matter where they serve us. Because if the energy is getting sucked to these things, it means our rates go up and our resources go down. And 30 megawatts seems huge to me. If they can, really, is 30 megawatts the right bar? That's the old question I had with it. But I think it's not less about Pitkin County and more about the Holy Cross Energy District and how that can affect us and excels as well. That's how I'd see it.
Yeah, I think I would like to see a requirement that the data center has to create all of its own energy. Is that what the 100% renewable energy means, or does that mean they can buy it from Excel and Holy Cross if it's called renewable? I mean, I'd like to have them have to create their own.
I think it's the latter, Francie. I think they're allowed to buy renewable energy.
But but Francie, if they're buying it, they're helping create the market for it, which is positive.
Yeah.
That's how it happens.
Do we have 3 thumbs up for
I guess it's better if we're going to have data centers, it's better if this passes.
So I'm hearing a monitor potentially, Francie?
I don't know. What do you think, Jeffrey?
I'm more comfortable. I appreciate again the comparison of the previous data center bill. This is the good data center bill. So I would be inclined to say monitor because I think to Levi's point, I'm concerned that and to Greg's point that the renewable energy requirements are too low, and there's concern about potable water and reuse persist in this bill as well as the last bill. So I'd be more comfortable with Pitkin County monitoring than going out with support. And then if CCAT and CC4CA come back more enthusiastic and share Levi's enthusiasm, we could revisit.
I'll go with that. Sure. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, please. And if you got 2 more bills, we would love to get through 2 more.
Okay, I may just have one. Local government methane emission reduction regulations. You remember protracted discussions that we've had talking about this as it went through Reg 87 and the rulemaking process. Yep. This is the CCI bill that we kind of knew was coming, that would limit AQCC's authority to enforce those regulations. And this would exempt local governments from any consequence of noncompliance if that noncompliance is due to financial inability to pay. So I think that kind of gets at what a lot of the counties were concerned about, in that they just didn't have the money to pay for a lot of this methane capture, collection, or burning off of excess methane. This also allows for 2 years for compliance with Reg 87 after the surface emissions monitoring failure. Extends that deadline. And remember, as part of the amendments to the rulemaking process, we already got a 3-year extension for governments owned by landfills owned by local governments anyway. So this establishes a waiver process from requirements for non-government owned landfills, and it requires AQCC to research best practices and some other things. So this is more information only. I know that we're kind of torn between being financial stewards and also environmental stewards, and as to how much this would impact us, I guess, is up for debate. But this is the most recent chapter in the saga of methane in landfills.
I mean, I'll take a stab, which is given we have an enterprise fund that's currently bonding, that we Pitkin would go into a monitor mode. My concern with this is that there's a single senator and we don't have a second sponsor, so don't know if this moves forward. So I would say monitor, but I'm happy to hear from Francie or Greg as well.
Monitor, I'd say. It sounds unlikely to go anywhere, but we can just monitor it.
I'd like to see methane regulated and controlled, but
This isn't going to do
the
it.
right way to do it. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
if you guys would go with support, I would go with support, but I'm okay with monitor.
I think supporting it's the opposite of what we want. Way
I-
I'm looking at it.
Again,
Well, not thinking just about our landfill. I'm thinking about our responsibility as owners of a landfill, not just our revenues from the landfill.
I guess I'd push back, and my concern with the bill as drafted is requires the commission to consider debt service availability when developing schedules of compliance for landfills. So we just bonded for the landfill, and the expansion of the landfill, further financial encumbrance on the landfill would jeopardize our ability to service the debt. So I'm taking, the non-environmental approach, but the fiscal responsibility
Fiscal.
approach.
Yeah. Fine, I'll monitor.
Okay. And I could be pushed back at, again, if we get a
capacity.
if we get a second sponsor. We only have a single sponsor today, so
Okay.
we
It's
don't.
super early.
If we develop the capacity to do the right thing, perhaps we will.
Yeah. One more bill?
Just some other
Cool.
updates.
Thank you.
So 1008, the Outdoor Opportunity Act, passed its first committee yesterday.
Yeah.
It's on to finance, so we'll see what they think about that various cash fund reallocation, we'll call it. $500,000 the first year and $1 million in the off years. So of course that's all self-contained within Parks and Wildlife, so just remains to be seen where they choose to source that internally. An update on safe passages. This has still not been introduced from Senator Roberts. I haven't heard if it's not coming or if it's coming later. I just haven't heard anything at all. And then same with the human-bear conflict concept bill, no introduction. So that's the end of my updates, and we have a bunch more coming next week, so we can scratch the itch of land use again next week.
We would love if there's any update on the solar siting bill.
Still not introduced.
Thank you.
Still not introduced. There have been a couple that look to preserve 1041 powers and kind of explicitly talk about preservation of local control. So I'll try to have some of that as well, just so we can see what the opposition is doing.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's always interesting.
And do I save you from, you're going to come back for open discussion because we had one more letter to circulate, which was the,
I think we can, he doesn't need to come back.
Okay.
We can just.
We don't need,
Yeah.
Don't need you, Levi.
Perfect.
that was for the River District.
Yeah,
was
we've
the-
got it.
Unless you have honey,
Thank you.
don't bother.
I do. It's
Oh,
upstairs.
Thank you. And we're going to welcome Charlotte and Wayne Ives.
Thank you, Levi.
Thanks, Francie.
And so Grassroots, we're on the Open Space and Trails renewal interview with the illustrious Wayne Ives and Charlotte Anderson. Good to see you, both.
Hey, Wayne. Yeah. Hi, Charlotte.
Did you bring breakfast? I always feel like whenever we see you guys, we're well fed. Like, and I saw that in your renewal. I was like,
That's up to the staff. It wasn't my renewal application.
But you'll advocate for it, though.
have to advocate for it.
Thanks for joining us early. I hope you appreciated the conversations that preceded your interview.
I did. It was interesting.
Well, good afternoon. As you know, by looking at future agendas, we're in the middle of Citizen Board renewal. And Mr. Ives has served on Open Space and Trails and has submitted his renewal application. And apologies for the typo in there. His term ends April 1st, 2026, not 2025. So we are still advertising, and applications are being taken until March 13th at 5 p.m. We have no other applications for the Open Space and Trails position. So I will let you all ask your questions of Mr. Ives.
How many terms have you served?
2 so far.
And what was the highlight?
There's more than one.
Yeah, no, please.
So one of the highlights of my first term was developing the biodiversity policy, which guides what we do from then on. I think it was a great addition to the program. And then some of the properties that we've been able to prevent from being developed and preserve. Snowmass Falls Ranch, Three Meadows, that partnership, that's huge. And some of the ranches, we during this term we conserved the Sewell Ranch. So it's good stuff.
Good.
It's really good stuff.
How come we don't have more 100-year-old ranches like Sewell, like Sunfire?
How come we don't have more?
Yeah.
There's a few more out there if we can generate the interest from the landowners.
We asked Albany when they came in for their land use approval. I think we asked Jack. We said, we'll approve your application if you go out and file for Centennial Ranch, because it's clearly been in the family for a century. So, and I think he just went back to smoking his cigarette and said thanks.
It's got to be a family decision as well.
Yeah. Anything that you need from the board, we only get together every quarter. Anything that could work better between Open Space and the Board of County Commissioners?
Well, I think the current Open Space Board works very well together and with staff. And I can't think of anything right off the top of my head that I need from you.
Yeah.
I think our joint meetings are important to be on the same page or maybe not the same page, but to discuss our business and hear everybody's voice. So,
what do you think the biggest challenges are going forward for Open Space and Trails?
We've got several challenges. I think the recent cuts to the federal government and their inability to manage the lands that we all love, even though they're owned by all Americans and not just Picken County. But we also have the unique opportunity, I think, and the capability maybe to help in that regard. I think there's a lot of potential properties that we're currently, interested in, and we may have to balance what's most important to spend our limited funds on, which I think is going to take some board discernment to do that. Those are the big ones.
Yeah. Greg?
E-bikes and, of course, wildlife crossings always comes up when you're in the room with me.
Sure.
Those are two new things since you've come on the board. Those have kind of appeared. How do you perceive the challenges posed by them?
Well, it's interesting, the e-bike thing, we hit the papers today, which we already kind of knew was coming with the BLM doing a NEPA on allowing them. I'm not a biker, so I don't have personal skin in the game. I'm an equestrian and hiker. But I'm looking forward to hearing from the public on the BLM process, and it's, you know, I know there's some strong feelings on both sides, but there may be a majority in the middle that can come to some kind of agreement. I just want to hear from people that know more about it, I guess.
If I could add, before you move on, the other issue that I have is that it's not just about e-bikes, it's just bikes in general, but when we had such a mild fall and into November and even early December, I was seeing headlights at night on Sky Mountain Park, long after the wildlife closure, long after the sunset closure. There are habitual users that are ignoring the rules. And I'm guessing occasionally our cameras get pictures of them, whether or not they're identifiable. My guess is this isn't the only time you've heard about this, and I'm just wondering, how are we doing a good job of managing these places with our voluntary closures? And is it enough?
I think that's a better question for staff, but from what we're hearing from staff, we do a fairly decent job of managing these voluntary closures. I do have the same concerns. If people violate it and get away with it, they're going to continue to do that. And those closures are in place for important reasons, and we have to be kind of the voice for the wildlife. So.
Yeah, I just can't help but think there's a policy, discussion there regarding enforcement or increased presence or something. Yeah, well, thank you. You and I agree on this.
If you want to get to wildlife crossings too,
Well,
I'm
sure.
a big supporter of wildlife crossings and connecting habitats and the safety aspect of preventing collisions on the highway. That part of it's kind of outside of our realm in open space, but the connectivity of keeping those migration corridors or reopening those migration corridors super important. And I'm hoping we can be involved in that.
Great, thanks.
Francie.
Did you say my name, Jeffrey?
Francie.
I don't really have any questions for Wayne. We usually agree on things pretty comfortably. I've appreciated your service, and I agree that the current board is pretty cohesive and usually aligned with the BoCC, so I think we have a good thing going right now, and I want to thank you for your role in that.
Thanks.
So I've got a serious one for you. So the Home Rule Charter sets out how you spend the funds that are collected through the mill levy. One, how do you think we're doing with respect to the final percentage, which is really open space and trails? And two, would you in the future ever look to amend the way we allocate funds through the Home Rule Charter and through open space and trails?
Well, number one, I think we discussed this at our last meeting, actually, that we may
we get your board pack, so
yeah. So the board's gonna need to be involved in making sure we're within those fund allocations within the fund over for the life of the fund, and I think we will be, and we pay attention to that. That's one of our budgetary things, or one of our biggest roles as a board. As far as number two, for a future reauthorization, I think what we did last time, creating some flexibility with those the percentages of funds, was really smart. And I would hope we'd look at that strongly again and say, over time, do we want to reduce what we spend in one aspect and bump up another? Frankly, I'm thinking we have a lot of trails, and maybe we reduce our trail funding and bump up maintenance because of all the properties we've acquired and have to take care of. And also, I always want to keep the acquisition slice pretty high, because that's what there's no more land.
Yeah.
So anything we can protect, that's the most
Music to
important.
my ears.
It's, I guess a Francie question would be, anything else we should be doing? We just renewed a bunch of agricultural leases. We were really happy to see them. Paul Holsinger brought them in.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else we should be doing on the agricultural front with respect to our properties? Again, it feels like we still have a drop in the bucket. Like, could we do more with open space and agricultural leases?
Well, I would hope we can do more over time. I think that's kind of developed in my tenure on the board as well.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing a good job with those agricultural leases, and it's an important aspect of the program. So I hope we continue to build on that and support agriculture in the county as much as we can.
I think we all feel the same way. So it came up in our interviews. We just had 9 board candidate interviews, and so I think it's on the board's mind. So thank you. Thanks for your time. Anything else you want to share with us? Anything else we didn't touch on?
No, I'd be happy to serve another term. I think I'm kind of excited about some of the things that are in the pipeline, and enjoy being engaged in the process.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing the proud moments. I think this board got to stand up at Three Meadows a year ago already.
Right.
And you would appreciate the conversation. We went around the horn. We had roughly probably 5-7 commissioners there and staff. And every single person said, let's do nothing for 5 years. We have a manager, and this place is beautiful. Let's not touch it. And in the background, we heard the elks bugling. So it was.
And that's part of the biodiversity policy. It's like, let's make sure we know what we have when we acquire property and understand it well. And then if there's appropriate recreation that can take place on that property, we can do that in a smart way.
Thanks for your time.
All right, thanks.
Charlotte, thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne, great to see you. Thank you so
Be in
much.
touch.
Okay.
We have
Yeah.
quite a few
Thanks, Wayne.
interviews for other boards.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
Andrew's in the house.
Jenevieve's
So we have
here.
Genevieve and Andrew Travers.
Andrew's here. Come on up.
Andrew, what's up?
Howdy.
Good to see you.
Genevieve, you can come over here. We have Andrew Travers here who has applied. It's a new application for the library. We have had a resignation. Austin Stitt has served many years and has made the decision not to renew. So we do have Chris Kelleher as the current alternate. If the board agrees, we would like to promote him to the regular position, and then we would be interviewing for the alternate position.
Are you going to serve for 44 years?
Yeah. It starts with a day, right?
And we don't have any other applications at this time. But again, applications will close March 13th. So I will let you ask questions of Andrew.
And for our background, does the alternate sit in on the meetings but doesn't vote? So still in full attendance?
Yep, the alternate sits in on meetings. They do vote if we have an absent trustee, which is quite often.
Wonderful. So it's still, Andrew's still interested even as an absentee, as a
alternate.
Alternate, thank you, not an absentee, sorry.
It was my understanding that's an alternate position that's open.
Great.
So I'd be happy to step into that role, especially in terms of familiarizing myself with the day-to-day operations of the board.
I don't know where to start. We're going from open. My brain's got to shift from like Dewey Decimal System.
Opening statement.
Yeah, yeah. We would love to share. Share something about yourself and.
What is it about books?
Sure.
And why would you ever work in the library when you can work at like St. Ambrose and buy a $12 coffee?
Well, I mean, I think this is, maybe to the heart of why I'm interested in the library board. I think that the Pickens County Library is one of the great places in Aspen. really an oasis. Place has been a big part of my life for the 19 years I've lived here. In terms of checking out books and that kind of stuff, as well as a place to work and take meetings and that kind of thing. I'm a father of 2 young children, so I spend a lot of time there in the children's room these days, and taking part in a lot of Sierra's programming. Lego night, graphic novel book club. My 4-year-old and my 8-year-old. I think we've checked out every Wonder Kit in the place. So there's that. I was part of a focus group as part of the strategic planning process that's ongoing at the library. So I'm excited about that and sort of the vision for the future of the Pitkin County Library. I think maybe that's a good start for you.
Are there perceived gaps through your children's eyes, like something else we should be providing that they're getting in Basalt or Carbondale but they don't see in Pitkin?
In terms of the children's programming, no, I don't think so. I think they're really happy. It's one of their favorite places.
Would you be in favor of a lending library area for the ski suits that show up here every Christmas? Because they change every season, and who wants to have to pay for them? It'd be so nice to be able to check out one of those ski suits and strut around town, and then be able to take it back to the library.
Yeah, I think it should be under consideration.
You're a diplomat.
I wish you would fill out our survey.
Well, I was just thinking about the letter to the paper regarding, somebody saying thanks for showing us this fall's Halloween costumes.
Oh, right.
Because they'll show up in the thrift shop or at the lending library.
Yep. Economy of scale, right?
Well, great. Yeah, thanks for stepping up. It's good to have you there. It's great to see you, interested in participating, and I hope there's enough juice there. I swear, I confess I don't really know exactly what happens at a library board meeting. What do you all do? It's not just a book club, I assume.
No, it's a book club. No. The library board sets policy. They help make our goals for the year. They help guide where we're allocating our resources, and they help us make decisions about the facility, safety, security, all that sort of thing. Yeah.
Snow melt,
yeah. Currently working on our strategic planning process. As you know, we've done a big AV upgrade process. We updated all of our policies and our bylaws, of which there are dozens over the past couple of years, and that's ongoing. Just try to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our community, identifying where there might be gaps, planning for the future. The libraries are always changing, depending on what our community wants. So it'd be, I'm happy to have somebody of Andrew's caliber apply for this board position, so I'm grateful to see him here.
Likewise. Thanks for coming in.
Kara.
I will just take the opportunity because I've gotten to learn a lot more about the library board over the past couple of years, and I think it's for the public and for the board not well known how unique the library board is within Pitkin County, and that to the credit of all that the library board has done in Genevieve is that they also not only fall under our home rule charter but fall under a unique statute and have different authority than any of the other boards appointed by the BoCC. And I know that Genevieve will be bringing a lot more as the strategic plan, but I think it really is a testament to how valuable and the tenure of those that sit on the library board and those that want to come, because there's a lot of authority that they're responsible for under the state statute as well.
Good
to know. How can we better collaborate between the library and the Buyer Center?
Well, I did co-present a program at the library in spring 24 about the creation of the recycling symbol in Aspen. That was a I love that opportunity. So, yeah, I mean, Buyer Center is more than happy to collaborate with the library. It's one of the great venues in town, and you know, obviously very accessible to the public. So, very much in line with what we want to be doing. Herbert Buyer also was a library board member once upon a time.
Oh, that's good to know.
For 44 years.
No one can beat that record.
Yeah. If there's some way the board should recognize the service of a citizen board member for 44 years of service, I think I could probably get some head nods. Francie, you've got some questions for Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you so much for applying to be on this board. Your resume is breathtaking. You're quite the academic, and you seem like the perfect fit for the library. So thank you so much, and I look forward to your participation in the future of the library.
Thank you. I'd be grateful to serve.
Last book read?
I read a book called Economy Hall by Fatima Sheikh, which is about sort of the free people of color in New Orleans, Louisiana, in the antebellum South, and up through Reconstruction. It's pretty eye-opening. I also reread The Great Gatsby over Christmas break. I think a lot of us were exposed to a lot of the 100th anniversary celebrations and stuff, so I was like, oh, I gotta revisit it. Great book, man. You don't, I mean, I think high school it was wasted on me, but it's an amazing book. Yeah.
It's a good advertisement for rereading, absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for applying.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks for your interest. So, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple more things on citizen boards. Just first of all, are you all okay with promoting Chris to the regular
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I know you all made the decision to interview Airport Advisory Board members renewing. Laura Whitley was just interviewed in December.
Yeah.
Are you okay with, she's reapplying, but.
She was on someone else's term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're okay with no interview there?
I don't need to see Laura again.
Right.
Okay.
Likewise.
I think that's
Great.
great. That's
Thanks for
great.
that.
And then we have, hopefully, if we have enough time, April 7th will be when I bring decisions back to you, but I'm trying to schedule all the interviews, so we'll see how that schedule goes.
And again, there was a board discussion. The view was much like interviewing Wayne today, that having people from the AAB come in and describe their experience over the 2 or 3 years was helpful for both the applicant, the renewer, but also the board, and hearing again sort of what are the freedoms, what are the constraints, what would they like to see. So I think the board's view was the AAB should be at that same level as planning and zoning and or open space and trails.
I've added that to my list, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. And sorry to be on time.
Yeah.
So grassroots, we're moving to the review of the future.
Do you all have any items?
I think the only one we added yesterday was a holiday for Francie. And I think the 20th is the ski with the commissioner, which will be added or publicly noticed.
Yes, I think we have publicly noticed, but wanted to make sure you all saw. I think Amy sent out that Friday the 20th is ski with the commissioner with Eagle County, and so coordinate with Amy and we can get those that want to attend registered.
It's on I asked her to put me on the calendar. It's on my calendar.
Great.
And then the other important one for both the public and the board is, believe it or not, next week is March, and next week actually includes March 5th, which would be the sneak peek of some of the stuff going on with the conceptual design of the airport at Kodiak Lane, which is in Eagle County. So we're just spending your tax dollars out of county.
And I will say it's in being able to, for all those in the county to be part of the open houses. The only...
The regionalness of the airport.
Yes, absolutely. The only other item, so you all have seen, we will be ending early by 4:15 in March, and that is so P&Z can come in at 4:30 for the comp plan review. There's been a request, April 7th and April 21st are also heavy P&Z meeting dates. That is the Phillips locations and I'm getting those reversed. April 7th is airport, April 21st is Phillips, and so P&Z would like to come in here at 4:30 and requesting if the board is willing to end at 4:15 on both of those days as well.
Excellent.
And currently there are late agendas, so there's nothing to move around.
Wonderful.
Twist my arm.
I know. I figured that was a hard one for all of you, but wanted to let you know. That is all I have. I do know there's been questions we are still working through, and when Ryan gets back, he'll be in touch about EOTC dates.
Yeah. We did receive a bunch of calendar invites from Linda,
Right.
going from summer to fall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Anything else on future agendas? Moving on to review of board updates. Francie.
Okay, I gotta see what I'm supposed to be reporting on here. I gotta change my window. Hang on one sec.
You want us to come back?
No, I'm there.
Okay.
So I haven't really got much to report on the Transportation Coalition since the last time we reported. We have sort of been on hold. There are some people doing things. I'm not one of those people. Are you, Greg?
No, we're waiting for them to come back at a later date. So maybe we'll see them in the next month.
And Wild and Scenic, I was unable to attend there. I'm on the planning committee, somewhat begrudgingly, and I was unable to go to that meeting. And the next full meeting for the subcommittee called Wild and Scenic, as you recall, there are 3 subcommittees for the entire study group that's been going on for ever. I have to restrain there from using an adjective. The IGA group, the Wild and Scenic group, and the in-stream flow group. So I am on the subcommittee for Wild and Scenic, and their next meeting is tomorrow at 5, which I'm pretty sure I will not get to, since it's in Carbondale, and I'll be up in Aspen with you guys. But Lisa Tasker will be there, and maybe we'd like to have her come in and join us the next time we do these reports, so she can catch us up on what happened at that larger meeting. She's a really good representative on this board anyway. CC4CA, we are just doing the legislative stuff, and pretty much Levi covered that. CPW, we had that meeting with Matt. It was certainly the most, I would say he was more expressive than he usually is, and a little stronger in his presentation of where CPW stands. I really appreciated hearing from his perspective, and I thought that was really great. Like we're about to see, Forest Service is pretty much hollowed out. Club 20 is meeting the same night as our airport presentation at the Hoffman. So I'm not going. Rachel is going. I've been trying to contact Steve to see if he's going, but I'm unable to contact him. I don't know why. Got a couple of things to talk to him about, but I can't get a hold of him. And I think that in terms of Club 20, Rachel's going down to oppose, you've probably heard her talk about this. She talked about it at our joint meeting, I think. She wants to oppose the bill that would appropriate all of the certain stream of tax money just to CDOT, to the highways. And she's afraid that's going to take money away from Health and Human Services and other departments in the state that might need the money more than the roads. So she is definitely going down to Club 20 to oppose that. And she has told me that if they continue to support that, that Aspen might withdraw their membership from Club 20. So something we can think about as the year goes on. There is new leadership there, so maybe that'll bring in some fresh air. I'm not holding my breath for that fresh air. And CCI, well, it's, I really have a lot of notes from the last meeting, but if you want me to get them out and read about each of the bills, I will, but I think Levi does a pretty good job of keeping us up to date on the pertinent bills, but I can go get my notebook if you want. Do you want?
No need for me.
No, we're shaking our head. We're good. I think.
Okay,
I think,
that's it for me.
Yeah, I think given that we just followed the legislative update, we
Right.
don't need to repeat. Greg?
We haven't had a Board of Health meeting since the last report, I don't think. I did want to point out that our Chief Medical Officer did send us a letter advocating that we stand firm in our support for the flavored tobacco bans. So that letter came to all of us. Let's see. You may have seen I did an op-ed a couple weeks ago on Radon. It was Radon Awareness Month, with help from the team at Public Health. With RFTA, I anticipate that a few, as the chair, I'll be going with the CEO of RFTA and Alyssa, who's our vice chair, and then maybe representatives from Glenwood and Eagle to visit Congressman Hurd, just to talk about trying to free up the funds that keep getting frozen in the RAISE grants. There's about a $4.5 million RAISE grant that's still frozen and no real indication of why. So we're going to go down and have a chat with Congressman Hurd. That's the plan. I don't have the date on that yet.
Washington?
No, probably Grand Junction. Grand Junction. Yeah, we don't have to go to DC for that one. There may be a DC trip. There may be a DC trip sometime in the spring, but we haven't talked about it yet. With RWPA, our new director of RWPA that's Ruedi Water and Power Authority, for those who are hung up on the acronyms. Paula Stepp is now our new RWPA director. April Long is stepping away, but she's doing it very slowly. So this morning we had a call with CPW and the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife about the aquatic nuisance species, just like on the management of Ruedi and what to anticipate with the low water levels and the warm temperatures this year. And we had a great conversation, and I encouraged the aquatic nuisance species people on the front lines, the people who are down in Grand Junction who are doing the battle there and in the Colorado River, to come and talk to us. So I think we'll have an opportunity to hear from them, and there'll be more public campaigns going out as we start trying to educate people about cleaning fishing waders and PFDs and stand-up paddle boards. And it's serious enough that it can't just be boats that are trailered that get the attention of the people who do the mitigation for aquatic nuisance species. And we're lucky that Ruedi has remained free of aquatic nuisance species to this date, while other reservoirs and rivers are getting inundated. Nothing on the opioid settlement for me at this point. We have another meeting coming up in the next, I think it's in another several weeks, and I'll let you know more about that. Let's see. I monitor still other groups and boards that we've either been associated with or we've reported on. I still monitor CORE to some extent. I monitor the Aspen Nordic Council, which was traditionally had a commissioner following them, but I just monitor it for now. They're working on the possibility of expanded snowmaking where it's really critical. That's the big point of conversation there. And then also just taking care of all the various agreements they have with landowners where they have trails. And so it's a great board. That's a wonderful board. And I think that's it for me for now. Thank you.
I'll start with APCHA. So APCHA has potentially 5 regulatory changes. We discussed last time a 6th, which would be providing...
Sorry.
What's that? Looks like she's on an airplane.
So we discussed last time at APCHA a potential of providing homeowners with a guaranteed 3% minimum rather than using CPI. That has not pushed forward. I had asked for additional data on what that would mean if there was stagflation or recession, or rewarding homeowners for staying in their home for a decade when those in the free market didn't enjoy the same thing. So I just said further thought and analysis needed to be applied to providing a blanket 3% return with not looking at CPI. So it seemed market forces would say that's probably not the right move, but there's some things that are done for simplicity and for staff. Possibly this discussion came out of the fact that we did not have CPI data for a couple months. The banker and me said, well, fine, extrapolate between the last data point you had and the next data point. It probably would lay somewhere in between. There's 5 other policy discussions that are important this board is aware of. Removing rental requalification income limits. And so that comes out of the fact that people were either saying no to or shying away from raises because that would mean that they would no longer qualify for the housing category that they're in. Number 2, lottery chances. Allow people with 1 year of work history 5 lottery chances. And there was a statistical table showing what that would mean for the folks that had been here 20 or 40 years and still not in employee housing. So it didn't really move the needle, but it gave someone newly in the valley or potentially younger in the valley 5 chances in the lottery. That was well received by the city of Aspen at that meeting. The third one, which I didn't push back on, but ADA qualifications. If there is an ADA American with Disability unit available and there was not someone in need of an ADA unit, then it would go to first responders. I don't think it's that controversial, but again, sort of more thought needed. And then there was a revisitation of a lot of the lumberyard discussions that we had at the joint meeting, but priority for lumberyard units as an owner to transfer into a rental unit. So providing that pathway was part of the APCHA conversation. And then we spent the better part of almost an hour talking about sex offenders and criminal policy for APCHA properties with the only potential resolution in the room that would be mirroring HUD policies. So yeah, thank you, Francie, for my seat on the APCHA board. The Colorado River Basin has met this year, and the largest story is that we're in either severe or extreme drought. There's no point in repeating it. SWE, snow water equivalent, we're up to 64% as of the last storm, but I'm assuming that will come back down given the 45 and 55s we've seen over the past week. We have not met as QQ in 2026. We got the presentation from Kirsten, and I think from a CCI perspective, I've spent the most time sort of much like last year in Health and Human Services. The three key takeaways we discussed a little bit at BOSS, but I think they're worth reiterating. The Colorado Health Services commissioners have come forward with their own offering to the state of Colorado in how we would move forward in terms of redistricting and shared services. So think about it again. We have all the implications from HR 1, and now the state is changing how they provide state services, county administered, going forward. And so the key, so Jamie Ulrich from Weld County presented, I think it was yesterday morning, and basically said there's 3 things that the counties would like to see. Improved consistency, connecting to public services, and eligibility support is number 1, cost control is number 2, and then cost containment, so reducing error rate. So again, a lot of what we discussed this morning through the social services, but it's, again, amazing to see that cohort lobby back at the state and see the power of CCI when 64 counties come together and say to the state, actually, this is really how we want to proceed in terms of the reorganization of the state, human services and how we can improve the financial situation in the state of Colorado. So I will save the rest for open discussion. Anything further, board updates? So grassroots, we are officially on no open formal written communications. It's board open discussion. I just love agendas. Any open discussion from board members looking at the interim county manager first? But then next I'm going to call Ellen Sassano to the dais.
Would you like me to hold? I only have one.
We would love it now. We'd love
Okay.
to hear start.
The one item I have is that Amy had emailed to the board a letter from the Bureau of Rec about a post-2026 operational guidelines and strategies for Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and I believe Francie could speak to this on behalf of her representation for the River District, but a request for the board to sign a letter of support. And I believe
I couldn't really hear you, but I
Oh.
think you're talking about the letter to support the.
I was
the
sitting back.
crystal-
It's the end of the day. You made me look. You look too comfortable. I was talking about that there's a request for a letter of support to the Bureau of Rec for the contingency.
Yeah,
So if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, so the Colorado River District has put together the work of Raquel, who's one of their most esteemed experts on water, has put together a response to the 5 alternatives presented by the federal government in lieu of the 7 Colorado compact states coming to an agreement. And the letter is quite long. It's got a lot of details in it, but basically it has 6 issues that it wants addressed, and they are to restore structural supply-demand balance, to fully analyze upper basin conservation impacts. There's been some of the proposals require 500,000 acre-feet conservation in the upper basin, and there's some mention of the effects that would have. So that's one of the things that the River District is requesting more analysis of. The third one is to properly account for lower basin system losses, such as from evaporation and transportation, that have just been allowed to their share of that loss. The fourth one is to ensure transparency in modeling. So the modeling about the future, like making predictions about the future, the numbers are questionable to say the least. The fifth one is to include alternatives that perform under critically dry hydrology. I think most people who've done an analysis of the proposals find that 95% of the time, these models that they've proposed, these alternatives they've proposed, will fail if we have dry hydrology, which in fact we're anticipating. And the sixth one is to honor the compacts and the federal law. Not sure if you guys are aware, or everybody in the public is aware, that we have always, the upper basin, which is New Mexico, Colorado, and Nevada, where am I? And Wyoming, have always taken less water than they were allotted under the Colorado Compact. And the lower basin states, which is Arizona, California, and Nevada, have always taken more. And our taking less in the upper basin is every year, always taken less than we were allotted. So they're asking for some truth and honesty in the reporting of that. So that's the essence of Raquel's letter, and would love to have our board sign that letter. It doesn't have anything to do with Shoshone or the Roaring Fork River. It has only to do with our negotiations for the Colorado Compact, the rewriting of the Colorado Compact. Questions?
Thank you.
So how are we moving forward, I guess?
Does the board, it sounds like Francie's saying, is the board supportive of signing this letter? We'll fill in a couple of dates and directing the chair to sign the letter on behalf of the board.
I'm good with it.
I guess the pushback / question would be any personalization or anything that we need from either Healthy Rivers or with regards to Pitkin County's interests. I'm looking to Francie and Greg.
Well, there's no specific interest to Pickett County, except that we are one of the main stem counties on the Colorado River. So it's really, the letter is really promoting Colorado's interest, in fact, the entire Upper Basin interest in the Colorado, and it's not specifically addressed to the Roaring Fork. It doesn't have specific Pickett County or Roaring Fork effects. So I don't think we need to personalize it in terms of anything that is uniquely attributable to us.
And could you speak for Healthy Rivers as well? Or you're saying Pitkin and Healthy Rivers are fine, sign it as is?
I have not spoken to Healthy Rivers since I received this, which has just been in the last few days. But if you would like me to run it by them before we send it off, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah,
Rye has seen it, I think. Anne Marie has seen it.
Oh, well, that's.
I'm ready to move forward.
Me too. I think we should just move forward. I don't think it needs to go back around. If they've seen
Okay.
it, you've seen it. I've read it quickly, so I'm happy to move forward with it.
Excellent.
Great.
Anything else? Open discussion.
Nope.
Excellent. Ecosystem management.
Ah,
Ellen
yes.
Sassano.
Thank you. Give me a minute to
Yeah, sorry.
share my screen.
And I have not been able to pull up the documents from the PPK Veg Management Restoration Forest Health
Really?
thing. I know I probably get them from Jennifer Schuler, but I have not found a way in my Apple limited world to download them.
Well, I can forward those to you. Just want to make sure I get the right one here. Google Slides. Here we go. Alrighty then.
And good to see you. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? So you all may or may not be aware of the U.S. Forest Service Twin Peaks Vegetation Management Project. Clearly, Jeffrey, you are. But
I am.
Okay, great. I assumed Francie would be, given that it's in close proximity to your backyard. Well, relatively close. So I'm going to take 10 minutes or less, I hope, to give you a quick overview of referral comments that have been prepared by staff in response to the environmental assessment that was prepared by the Forest Service for this project. And my screen is not, there we go. There we go. So to get everybody oriented, this is, let me move this. The project it consists of about 2,600 acres. Thanks. It's so good to have help right here. So it consists of about 2,600 acres of vegetation management. All of the management will take place on U.S. Forest Service lands located in the Thompson Creek area in Pitkin County, all within Pitkin County, obviously west of Highway 133 and accessed from the 4 Mile Road. And so, on the map here, I don't know how much orientation you need, but the green on the map is Forest Service, is White River National Forest Service lands. The orange lines that I drew on this map identify the county lines. So Pitkin,
I think those are reversed.
I've got them reversed. So yeah, hello. Pitkin is to the south of that, should be reversed with Garfield County. This project is entirely within Pitkin County, and then Mesa County is to the west. The 4 Mile Road is that squiggly pink line that looks like an access road that runs through, and the rest of the project area is identified by that pink crosshatch. I also put the Wolf Creek Storage Unit on this map. For those of you who may remember, we did a pretty
man camp
lengthy review for that Black Hills storage project. So that's That project is, and that storage field is just to the north of this Twin Peaks project. So, okay, so just for some quick details, the comments are due this Friday. It's quick turnaround as always. And they were prepared by Open Space and Trails, Environmental Health, and Public Works staff, compiled by me. In general, the comments provide overall support for the project. It really does achieve region-wide objectives regarding forest health as a long-term benefit to wildlife populations and biodiversity. And really importantly, in this day and age, it supports strategic fire management planning, which clearly is a benefit to the region as a whole. The comments prepared by staff specifically address project design features. They go into some detail and operations as they relate to impacts to wildlife, habitat and waterways, water and air quality, and county roads. So the intent here is to make you aware of the comments before we submit them on Friday, and make sure there are no outstanding issues you'd like us to address based on either conversations you've had with constituents, Francie, or amongst yourselves. So I'm going to run through these. There's a bit of detail here. I won't try to get too mired. But regarding wildlife, the recommendations are to require raptor nesting surveys. And there's a recommendation to not remove trees with cavity nests, avoid project activity during the May through August 15th period to reduce impact to elk summer concentration activity. This entire area really is covered by elk summer concentration habitat. It's a pretty extensive area there. And then also to extend wildlife protection hours from dawn to dusk, just to try to deal with some of the impacts that will be had by the elk herds, no matter what. Hopefully the impacts will be temporary, but that could be a year or two before they move back into the area, just because of the disturbance that is inherent to this kind of activity.
Ellen, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What does it mean extend wildlife protection hours from dawn to dusk?
I was trying to shorten the comment here. Basically, the operations right now that are proposed as part of the project, I don't remember what the hours are that are proposed, but our Open Space and Trails staff said, you know what, let's extend the hours. Right now, I think the hours that the project will be shut down are from, 4 till 4 p.m. to 5 a.m. And the suggestion was that that period during the evening, dusk to dawn hours be extended so that the wildlife would have a little more time with
well,
less.
I thought that was what you meant, but it says dawn to dusk. But don't you mean dusk to dawn?
Oh, you know what? I'm not dyslexic, but I must have been. I don't know. Yeah. So
Okay.
Thank you for that correction.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, I won't go there. So then regarding stream quality, there was actually a lot of discussion around stream quality as an important element. So recommendations are to add a defined buffer where roadside clear cutting is proposed along 4 Mile Road, between 4 Mile Road and Thompson Creek tributary, to leave creekside vegetation intact. So I could go back to the map if you'd like, but there is a clear cut proposed along 4 Mile Road, and I think that clear cut is primarily intended to address fire access, right? Add wet meadows and riparian areas to hydrology design in addition to wetlands. Reduce the total number of stream crossings proposed if possible to reduce stream water quality impacts. Consider design features addressing erosion control measures on steeper or cleared slopes, which are a part of this project, and maximize the amount of vegetation left near all creeks, stream channels, and wetlands as an important measure for soil stability, watershed health in general, mitigating project impacts, and moderating thermal change to waterways, which I thought was an interesting thing to add. And stop me, please, if I'm going too fast. But I do want to get through this because I know there are 2 other people waiting. So regarding stream quality fisheries, and specifically the Middle Fork of Thompson Creek has Colorado River cutthroat trout and other aquatic life. And they are a sensitive species to environmental contamination, apparently. Strict adherence to water quality related best management practices and limiting creek wetland crossings is very important to reduce the risk of the logging activities causing damage here. As the Middle Fork of the Thompson Creek sits between the 2 proposed hillsides for logging, adequate infrastructure must be in place to protect the creek wetlands, and that's just a reiteration of the comment I mentioned on the last slide, trying to control erosion and sedimentation resulting from the project. Regarding burn piles, so burn piles are proposed to deal with, as I understand it, trees that are less than 8 inches in diameter that are not going to be lumber that is saleable. So they are proposed here. There's a recommendation to include stipulations in a schedule for burning hand piles. We may have missed a schedule, but needs to be front and center. And to give adequate prior notification to the local jurisdictions when burning the piles. As I understand it, smoke may be visible from Carbondale or from 133 at least, so people need to be aware. And then given the expected dry conditions this summer, consider alternatives to burning. If there aren't any really that are practical, please ensure the environmental conditions are adequate to allow any smoke, again, to be dispersed and not held down by an inversion layer. Again, really thinking about the adjacent communities and impacts there. Regarding vegetation treatment, recommendation to utilize a tree selection method that maximizes potential tree regeneration by protecting high vigor and seed trees. Again, coming from our open space staff and trails staff. Add landscape patchiness to vegetation treatment, increasing mosaic and edge habitat for combined forest health and fire management. And require the treatment of the entire area for noxious weeds. That's always a concern given the vectors that will exist as part of this project for weed spread. Require all temporary roads, current and new, to be rehabilitated, specifying the use of an approved native seed mix that includes grasses and forbs, again, thinking wildlife in that realm. Regarding county roads, this is seems pretty straightforward, but we'll go ahead and submit these comments regardless. Grading and road maintenance, including dust control as needed, will be required during and after project completion. And we're really talking primarily about 4 Mile Road because that is a county road. There are going to be a lot of temporary roads, and hopefully they'll use the same practice on those roads as well, most of which are Forest Service roads. Adequate signage should be provided by the Forest Service on all haul roads, warning the public of the potential for those large lumber trucks primarily on the road, and those just working as part of the overall operation. And then there's one last other comment. And again, just to acknowledge the fact that the Black Hills Energy Wolf Creek Natural Gas Storage Unit and a pipeline, proposed pipeline, and well pads are all going to be accessing via the 4 Mile Road. Access, public safety and awareness, and best management practice relating to water, environmental, and safety concerns should be addressed and coordinated for those 2 projects. So that concludes a summary of the comments made. And really, again, we just wanted to make you aware of what staff pulled together as pertinent, specific detailed comments for the environmental assessment. If you have anything else to add, and or, like I said, I've heard comments from constituents that you'd like to be addressed, this would be a good time to express those additions. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and submit these to the Forest Service on Friday to meet their deadline. We'll submit them electronically. Pretty straightforward.
Oh, just one thing, or I guess I saw a couple things. One was regarding the slash piles that they would just burn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assume they're going to let those dry for the season, and they burn them maybe in the fall or the winter when the fire danger is lower. But in a dry year, maybe that doesn't matter because we've seen fires year round. So it would be good to, I don't know if you need to insert something about seasonality there, maybe not.
I think we did actually say we want to know when. Let's see.
Okay, maybe that's
Conditions and a schedule for burning hand
right.
piles, and you would.
Optimal season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We found last year even the ditch burns that took place in Old Snowmass, there wasn't a window. It went straight to wildfire season, so we ended up with a grass fire from a ditch fire, and thankfully, Roaring Fork Rural's on site. The window's getting shorter and shorter to do prep work.
And I know, yeah, my experience is that the Forest Service is very cognizant of the issues and dangers around any kind of burning. But yeah,
I think it's good feedback, though.
Yeah.
This is really well done. Is this both open space and trails and planning?
You know what? I just I worked with Open Space Trails, Public Works, and Environmental Health. So they actually pulled together, gathered these, developed these comments, and I just compiled them.
It reads incredibly well, so thank you.
Oh, good.
There experiments have been done with using fungi to break down wood, slash piles, and it'd be interesting to find out if they're even contemplating that. If it's super dry, maybe it just won't work. Maybe it has to be more humid. But there might be ways to help the breakdown of the slash piles without burning them.
Francie, anything further on ecosystem management?
No, I was going to say the same thing that you said, Jeffrey. It was really well done. I really appreciate this. And I agree with that. It covered more things than I might have been able to think about in my wildest dreams.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is this presented more as fire mitigation or more as timber harvest?
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
It really is. It's fire mitigation, but it's also forest health. It's not the clear cut. I think is mostly along the 4 Mile road for fire considerations, but there's also a lot of dealing with the age diversity in the existing stands. To improve wildlife forage,
right.
And also because there's also the benefit of, in theory, reducing wildfire danger.
So the managers will have their eye on stream health and maintaining the riparian areas. It's not a contractor who's just going to go in and destroy the place. We hope. I guess that's why we're sending this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, you might be interested to know that I turned this over. All this information over to our design team for the airport as a possible source of wood for the design at the airport. And so we'll see if we can make any headway there.
Interesting.
Well, maybe, yeah.
Well, so I think it's a combination of end results that the Forest Service is trying to achieve here. Not just timber, and timber sales is part of their purview, right?
Sure.
Part of their charge. So,
anything further for ecosystem management and Ellen?
Thank you. That was great.
You're welcome. And fungi, it has to be moist for fungus to grow, right?
They say Jeffrey's a fun guy.
All right, thank you. I will get out of here.
I don't know how you follow that one.
Okay.
Do I have time to run across the hall as you set up?
Yeah, I have to do this.
Get out of your way.
So,
Where do you want to be?
hey,
Where I am?
Grassroots, we're actually going to take 5, and we'll probably still wrap at 5 o'clock. We'll come back at 4:45, and we'll still wrap at 5 o'clock. So we're on break. It is February 24th. This is the work session of Pitkin County, Colorado, the Board of County Commissioners. We've had an amazing day with the Board of Social Services. We spent a couple hours talking about human services and both cuts at the state and federal level. We've had a couple interviews, and we are now in open discussion with Ashley Pearl, housing and resiliency.
Thank you for the intro.
Yeah.
You have in front of you, and I believe it was attached in the packet, a letter that we're asking for the board's signature on that would go to DOLA at the state, at the housing office. It's a letter that supports a regional application for a Proposition 123 AMI waiver. That was a mouthful, so it's for the geographic area of Pitkin, so it's not just our county organization. It represents the city of Aspen, the town of Basalt, and the town of Snowmass Village as well. Proposition 123, I know the board's familiar with it, but there is an AMI process for, there's 6 funding programs as part of Prop 123. 3 of them you can ask for the AMI level to be raised up. Those 3 are the equity program, the land banking program, and the concessionary debt program. We know that Town of Snowmass Village would like to raise the AMI on a concessionary debt application that they're on the equity, and then I think cities doing concession. One of our municipalities would like to use these programs. If the AMI is higher, that makes the program actually work for their project. At current AMIs on each of these programs, which is in some cases 60% AMI is the max you could go. It makes it really hard for them to use those. So we have put in for the region a AMI waiver application that would ask the state to raise for all 3 of those programs the maximum AMI that the money could fund to 120% AMI. So you can see that's in the letter. Just for some context, there have been 3 AMI waivers approved. Lake County put in a regional application, Summit County, and Town of Frisco. There's been a number of others that have been either withdrawn or not approved. And the highest any of those have gone is 100% AMI. So I think that this, even if we get denied, I think that this is a huge part of telling the narrative. We tell the state all the time in individual meetings just how hard it is here to build housing for individuals who are working full-time in Pitkin County with multiple jobs to still make ends meet. And we know that the federal AMI guidelines or numbers are just not accurate for what's happening on the ground here. So if we were to be successful in getting even a slightly higher AMI, that would be really helpful. And even if we're not, it's always worth a try because we just have to rewrite the story with the state. I've had them laugh at me. I've had them say you're crazy. The numbers we're experiencing here are just so unbelievable for folks that it's just going to take a long time to share our reality and have them kind of really understand it and start to support us. So if nothing more, this is a step in the right direction to help the state understand what we're dealing with here.
Questions for Ashley? So 2 questions for you. Is there anything in the 2026 legislative book that's going to help us in this so we wouldn't need waivers? I thought there was some Prop 123 ledge that was put forth at the beginning in CCI, and you could say we'll come back to it and we'll fill it in with Levi next week. That's fine.
I think I'll take that option with the Levi.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, do we need to mention, the letter looks great. Do we need to mention anything in terms of the housing needs assessment that we're looking to fill the gap relative to what we just supplied via our DOLA housing needs assessment? And then the other one is, do we need to make an even greater argument? Right now we're just saying high cost of construction and living. And maybe you say that covers everything, but I'm just worried that we need to back up that move to the 120. And have we substantiated everything costs more here? Insurance, property taxes, cost of construction is $1,000 a square foot. They're not numbers that are understood in the Front Range.
Yeah.
So flatlands.
I'm happy to take that and you can fill
Yeah.
in.
I'm just saying, are we arguing, do we properly, I'm happy for 2 more paragraphs that properly articulate what's going on in Pitkin County.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The waiver is based on our housing needs assessment.
Great.
So there's 48 pages or something of backup data. And as much as I would love to include more outside narrative and additional narrative, they only take these certified numbers that are done according to the housing needs assessment methodology, which our team at EPS, who's been putting that together, is really confident that we're telling a great story through that data.
Thank you. That addresses my questions and concerns. It sounds like, Francie, do you have any questions, concerns? Are you ready to move forward with the letter as drafted?
I'm in favor of it. I like it.
Okay. You've got 3 head shakes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Board opening discussions.
I hit on my one item.
Okay. Greg. Francie, board open discussion.
I would just say that I hope you guys saw the hockey game in Canada and what happened with that. And I just wanted to make a comment to you guys about how sad it was that locker room shenanigans, and including Trump's call, put such a pall over the team, and that their reaction to that, what are they supposed to do when Trump makes a joke? Aren't they supposed to laugh at Trump's joke, And there's been terrible social media about the guys, and it's just been a really sad ending to the Olympics. And I was wondering if you guys saw it, and it just made me so sad. I just had to share it with somebody.
No, thank you for that. I get mine. Yeah, sorry, Greg.
Missed it completely.
Yeah, I was going to say that my last television was 1996, so it's been 30 years. Sorry, Grassroots.
I didn't see it on television. I saw it on, it's all over the news. It's on the front page of the New York Times. It's been all over the place, and it's just really so sad. And you guys should have a look at it, because it really demeaned the work of the hockey team, both the men and the women's, and it was just terrible. So anyway, I just had to vent a little bit to you guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Glad to be a help.
I've got 3 quick items, and we'll be out by 5. One is I invited Greg to join me for a meeting with Nagoose and Hickenlooper staffers on March 2nd, where we were discussing additional SMA and wilderness protection, both in Pitkin and Eagle County. It's a long-standing conversation. Open Space and Trails is where we're having the meeting. Will Roush knows that we're having the meeting. They've been speaking, the stakeholders, Will Roush and Wilderness Workshop, have been speaking with ranchers about their grazing needs and the recreationalists. So this is an ongoing conversation, and Greg and I will report based on how that goes. I'm meeting with Jeff Schroll on Friday. In that, I will reflect. Hopefully, by that time, we've already done our reading for the addictive nicotine toys that we're about to abolish in Pitkin County, and I will try to lean on Mr. Schroll in terms of similar moves by both Basalt and Eagle County, prohibition on flavored cigarettes. But we're also speaking based on our respective needs in Elgibel with the 911 center, and now potentially a housing project. So there's a list that I'll meet with Jeff on. And the third is I did publish in the Aspen Daily News an article last week that was my follow-up to Commissioner Clapper's comment regarding wildfire and the adoption of the Wildfire Resiliency Code. So hopefully everyone saw that, and I will have follow-up conversations with the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative with Angie Davlin out of that article, and also heard from Scott Thompson. The other big news is that in 2026, for this wildfire season, Montrose, Colorado, will get a Sikorsky. And so the great news, you've heard it at the table a couple times, and actually this board wrote a letter last year with Aspen Fire Protection District support, looking for that Firehawk or Sikorsky to be located on the western slope. So as of Tuesday last week, Chief Thompson heard that we will get a Black Hawk helicopter on the western slope, and it's for this fire season. So that's great news. And at this point, we would adjourn. Enjoy your evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.